真，时机已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
这图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！这是长大。
混沌真气，乃救世关键，
简直像坏
你
人。
绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别说了！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！ 阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我这里绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐， 将拨开雾霭迷茫，不觉已一日过半。过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
真，时机已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
这图真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
阿珍姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！这是掌
混沌真气，乃救世关键，
简直像坏
你
人。
绝不该安居一隅。
住口！别说了！放开我！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！
姐姐快醒醒！大坏鸟，走开！阿珍姐姐，姐姐别怕，坏鸟被我赶跑了，已经没事了，我来保护阿姐。
别怕，阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我人绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐，
Hello everybody and welcome to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Spring Split, as it's our lower bracket round 2 here for the trios, which means, Dunk, we're going to be sending 4 teams forward in the tournament and waving goodbye to the bottom 4 teams after these 6 games of play. So what are you the most excited for?
Well, I mean, I haven't got a chance to cast trios. I believe you said you hadn't either, so it's gonna be interesting to see the versus battles at the very beginning. The martial art ultimate, which has now moved over to trios. If you haven't caught a trios day, they are doing the 3v3, 3v3 zero ban, which means there's all ults on the table and all of that good stuff. So I'm very excited for that, for sure, because I haven't gotten a chance to really delve deep into that. But for those of you at home, once again, a quick reminder for you to make sure that you have your NARAKA accounts linked to your Twitch account so that you can get your hands on these Twitch drops that are exclusive to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Twitch channel. For 15, 30, and 60 minutes, you'll be able to get a few goodies. But the big ones are on this weekend, actually, starting tomorrow and Sunday, where we have the finals drop. So if you don't get it done today, make sure to get it done by tomorrow. But moving on back to NARAKA talk, I'm most excited for the versus fights. I think that's going to be very, very cool to watch. But just generally, the way that the tempo of matches has changed as we've now moved down to 8 teams. I think it's gonna be interesting to watch. I've definitely watched some, but not gotten to cast and fully experience it yet. What are you most excited about, Moxie?
Mirror match.
Yeah, so
like you're excited the most for the start of the day. I'm the most excited for the end of the day, because the mirror match, where like everyone is all on the same composition, which, let's be honest, it's highly likely going to be that composition coming on through, which means that we're going to have 8 Thunderlords running around trying to strike everyone with those execution stances. So that one's going to be a very, very fun one to get to watch, especially in terms of like the Realm of Yangs, because it's going to be that straight up mirror matchup. And then in the open world, controlling the spirit wells as well. Like I don't know if we actually get to see a spirit well get capped in that lobby, given the amount of transformations that are available of that composition, to be able to hold the space and wait for that spirit well to be able to time out.
Yeah, with the big disengage potential, it's going to be tough to hold teams down. A lot of electric kebabs, the lightning kebab, as I like to call it, stabbing people into the ground. It's gonna be electric. We are English, we like our puns, but it's gonna be the versus to start us off for the day. I'm assuming we'll be jumping in relatively soon, but for now, we're going to take a look once again at the brackets as they currently stand. Today, we have the lobby with XKG, Wolves, 521, IG, SR, TE, SS1, and WBG. This lobby, the top 4 from today, the top 4 after these 6 games that we have today are going to be moving forwards into the finals this Sunday. So it's everything on the line, Moxie, everything on the line.
Yeah, we've already got 4 teams already through, but like you said, everything is on the line today. And we're going to be able to see who exactly is versing who. So we're going to be starting off with WBG versus XKG, moving on to SS1 versus IG, before going to TE versus SR, and Wolves 5-1 is going to be that matchup there. I mean, are we expecting that it's going to be a lot of mirror matches? I'm assuming that teams are going to be trying to start off with the composition coming through, and then likely getting a little bit as well of things like the Viper composition with that Syra, and then potentially with the Justina, potentially with the Akos, with the Cage variant of the ultimate, the V2, formerly the V3, and then potentially also getting to see some of those Transformer compositions. Like we had some Monk Takeda Temi, we've seen some Tianhai Valda compositions brought back as well. So really looking forward to seeing what exactly the comps will be for all of these players.
Yeah, for sure. And the most interesting thing about the versus match is the the 3v3s and the 1v1s as well, is that it creates a new meta bubble within that versus fight at the beginning of the day, because these compositions, they don't necessarily need to survive a battle royale setting. They don't need to be capturing spirit wells and all that sort of stuff. Realistically, it's the Yang comps. It's the comps that are going to do best in that 3v3 and secure you the win. You know, forget about third party, because it's just you guys locked in there in the Thunderdome. So yeah, I like this new addition. I like the fact that there's ultimates involved, because it adds more depth to it, and it creates a whole new meta to think about, which I think is very, very cool. And we're going to see that evolve gradually as time goes on with this new format, as long as it doesn't change. Once again, we're going to be seeing a lot of theory crafting and composition creation, perhaps moving forward. But we shall see. Perhaps there's going to be something cooked up today. Something up their sleeve. Perhaps we'll see.
I mean, no Wu-Chan though. That's the thing, like you said, right? There's meta developing purely for this free versus free. You don't have to worry about disengaging, so there is literally no point in bringing a Wu-Chan along. And it's a little bit sad to see him go, but I think in like this instance, going for compositions which actually allow you to all in your ultimates without having to worry about getting third-partied is going to potentially be very, very strong, especially with like the Tian Hai composition. If you can manage to time that Tian Hai, that Transformers composition, when you play it, so that you're not going up against a composition which has two Transformers of their own, you might actually have an easier time of being able to secure up those double grabs. So I really am interested not just in seeing the compositions that people are running, but when. Like, what's going to be the opener, what's going to be in the middle, and what's going to be the closer, because is it just going to be dead mirrors? Or are we going to see a little bit of zigzag in terms of trying to predict when someone's going to be running like the Viper Justina, so that you don't have to worry about running into an Eno and a Yuei-Shen, two of which, when they're in their ultimates, your Tian Hai can't grab.
Yeah, exactly. So it's definitely a lot to think about. In solos, we've seen it happen. We've seen some players opt to go for the Justina F1 V2 first. Some players opting to go for the Ferrier first. Some players like Wang Liang, opting to go to flip it on its head and go for Liam, and just and look to try and punish the Justinas because they don't have a combo breaker, that sort of thing. Which was these kind of mix-ups and mind games are going to be really interesting to take note of and keep your eye on. So that is definitely something to look forward to. But for now, we're just getting ready to get in there. Got Wolves up here on the screen. Their jacket is very cool this year, I have to say. I like it a lot.
I mean, all of the team drips always been really, really good. I think SR is my personal favorite just because the logo is so adorable.
I don't think I spotted that one. So I see the YZG one though. That one's definitely hard to miss. It's graffiti and everything. Very cool.
No, you'll know the SR one the moment that you see them, and we will see them because they're also in the lower bracket round. I think it's like a lion. It's sort of like the guardian lion in the shape of the SR.
Well, let's see. Perhaps they will pop up on screen shortly. And now we're just getting locked in the hand stretches, massage the palm, getting locked in.
Getting ready to go for the aim tracking with the verticality of flying knives.
Yes, the flying knives. I love it. Yes. Perhaps we see some interesting picks though. I mean, with the Ferrier, you definitely need to have your aim locked in for the 1v1s and solos.
Oh, there you go.
She's so prevalent there.
This is SR. Do you see?
The little logo. Yeah.
The tail in the shape of the S, and then the actual animal in the shape of the R. Best logo for me.
It is a very nice logo. I'm speaking of logos, one that we haven't seen on the Nbpl stage before this year's IG. It's also going to be playing today, which is very cool to see. Very OG org. There's been part of lots of different esports, a lot of different scenes, but it's very cool to see them come into NARAKA this year. And they've been doing all right, but again, today it's only the top 4 that move forward. Speaking of IG, there they are getting ready to go. XXL, Han, Zen. I don't think I remember Zen. I know Han for sure and XXL. But let's see it. Come on, give me a Taka entries. Come on, let's go.
You're just trying to manifest it, huh?
I mean, of course. Plus, it's 3v3s at the start of the day. Taka could theoretically make an appearance, no? I mean, Taka suffers from getting, thirded and that sort of thing, especially in solos and trios. He can win a straight-up 3v3 fight. It's feasible, but there's a lot of other good stuff, so I don't know. We'll see.
You're about to fly out to China and just like Alipay a team to run Taka.
Run it, please. I'll send you just the wink, yeah. Is that? I thought for a second that was the British flag on his keyboard, but I don't know.
It's keycaps. No, it's
I know, but that's what I mean. Like but it's not. It's not centralized.
Yeah. Also, that's the wrong flag.
No,
that's not the British flag. That would be the English flag.
English flag. Britain, England. I always get mixed up. It's all the same again. English, British.
I could tell you called me English earlier. I was like,
I mean, yeah, you're Scottish. Sorry.
Just slowly logging all of the points. Versus dunk. We're having our own versus match while we wait for these players to be able to.
The back and forth between Moxie and dunking. I'm getting flashbacks from Jacob. Getting flashbacks. Oh my god.
I mean, hey, we actually saw Greatsword in solos yesterday. I will say.
Yeah. So I mean, Greatsword's been
fully,
popping up here and there
for 10 seconds or so. But I feel like Pole Sword is still gonna be the main weapon of choice, at least when we go into these free versus frees, so that you can hit your heavy weapon and try and just run around the outsides of these fights looking for an in with the charge RMB as we get ready to go into our first versus matchup. What is the composition going to be in terms of the opener? Are you going out of the gate with the strongest trios comp currently with that Eno? Or are you going to go for something a little bit spicier, potentially that Transformer composition? Potentially you go for the stun CCs, but no, it is just a dead mirror. Hardy, Eno, and Zipping, and we already have the Enos in Thunderlord state on the board. Tutik putting up the pressure, trying to just capitalize and get some of these stuns off, just fully disrupting absolutely everything that WBG can try and do at the moment. One is going incredibly low, almost goes down, as Tutik will be able to get the better of the other Eno currently. The moment he falls out of that ultimate, he is going to be vulnerable. PP has been found. Gets a really good armor swap actually coming on through from one of his players once he drops out of that ultimate state. And we get now Tutik putting up the pressure with the F, trying to find the 2 versus 1 so the XKG can find an opening and pick up this first elimination.
Yeah, they're trying to lock him down, but PP is still standing. He's still in the fight right now. They haven't managed to eliminate him just yet. The Hardy Cube being very, very key to keeping him alive. Jiang taking a lot of damage right here. The parry into the follow-up from Tutik. Catches him on the pillar. 1-2, boom. No, the combo drops. He's not able to secure it, but he catches him once again on the pillar with the RMB. The soft combo break from that Zipping F, turning his focus now around over to PP, and then hits the parry on T. Oh my goodness, this guy, he's just looking at everything. He sees all. Omniscient Tutik. He's gonna be able to take him down, absolutely carrying that fight from from the very beginning. He was absolutely diffing PP in the Enor mirror match, but now we don't have a mirror match. We don't have a you don't have the same comps going head to head. Instead, we have Viper, Syra, Akos up against the Yushan Feria Junhuan.
Yeah, so far no Farrier Mech on the board just yet. Also no Yushan ultimate coming through. Both of these teams just going through neutral first. Out now comes both the Eikos Cage as well as that Syra V2 looking to lock all of these players down into the powerful Dazzle, which will be able to connect even through the Terracotta Warrior transformation coming on out of that Yushan. Farrier Mech looking to provide a little bit of cover, but oh my goodness, the amount of CC available on the side of WBG. They've already been able to take out one with the F2. Two-Tick, however, does manage to trade it back onto the Eikos, and Jing is coming under a lot of pressure, having to just use those pillars, kite out the primary fire coming on through from that Farrier Mech, but that's left his other player alone. Actually looking for the jump parry, doesn't manage to find the timing of it. As we can see, Two-Tick, knowing that his Xuanhuan is a little bit isolated, has to peel back. We go into 1v1s, he's able to win out his first, and we get that elimination to now flip the numbers in the favor of XKG. ZXL will space out to make sure that he does not get taken out, can potentially get a heal off, and they can find that elimination later down the line. And we have the first winner of our first versus, moving now to get a look at SR going head-to-head with TE.
A heavyweight fight, I might add, as well. We've got SR performing insanely well last year up against TE, the man himself, TXJ on the roster, and we've got the Eno comp, but up against Eikos Viper Tianhai, the ult now being popped, the Monk ult, trying to do something with this change that was made a little while ago now, the ability to hold those grabs, delay the throw out from it, and it looks as though One Fang's just playing, he's playing goalie right now. He's just playing defense. He's just, oh, you want to go in? Oh, get out of here, buddy. NY7, no electric man here. And it looks as though we've now gone a bit into a more neutral state with both teams are using one ultimate. NY7 has lost a little bit more effective health than his opposition, but TE pulling the trigger now. TXJ with that Viper is going to be trying to lock down one of these players. Rico is going to be stunned up and absolutely shredded through by his teammates, and TE looking as though they have a commanding lead in this fight, and it's going to be very hard for SR to come back.
Yeah, I mean, the Eikos F2 as well, setting up the stagger chain onto Xiao. TXJ is falling a little bit low, does kite out of the fight, holding the RMB coming through from this line. I was actually committing the follow-up dash as well before scale rushing away, getting a heal off, and looking to go back into the fight before One Fong drops down. Finds a big parry. Now we get to see the pressure placed onto Zhao, and that is going to be TE coming through with a clean, all three players intact on that win, as they did such a good job of being able to ice off the pressure of that Eno ultimate with the Tianhai. Now we actually have the flip coming on through. So does the same thing occur? TXJ is going to instantly go into that ultimate state. How are SR going to respond? The last time we saw it was the Vajra state, but that doesn't seem to be the play for them. It looks like they're just trying to kite out instead. TXJ does get an execution stance onto one of them. Out comes that Syra V2 with the laser beam putting up the pressure onto the Eno so he can't hold his position and find more of these damage slashes. And TXJ is already half HP. His ultimate's about to run out. Still a lot of ultimates on the side of SR up and available, as we are going to be able to see the Farrier Mech getting dropped right on the center. Hardy ultimate comes on through as well from XEM to make sure that they can't cleanly pop into it. But now we've got both Transformers on the field for SR. Farrier Mech as well as Tianhai, and it feels like TE are going to have to go a little bit more on the defensive, just playing behind those pillars to stay out of line of sight and wait for the ultimates to be done.
The Farrier Mech in play, the Tianhai hopping around, skipping and jumping through this opposition, but TXJ dropping in, catching Zhao, slipping as he comes out of that ultimate. His teammates able to follow up and they eliminate one. They have a huge effective health advantage. Beautiful parry coming out from TXJ. Combo breaker gets forced out, and it looks as though it might be a 2-0 for TE. Rico gets caught on the dodge. NY7 trying his best, but he's got no backup. And TE with a commanding victory in our second 3v3 of the day. Now moving over to SS1 and IG, Luoye, Fu, and Mian. And it looks as though they are going to be running the Eno comp, but they are up against Viper Akos, Kurumi, interestingly. We haven't seen a Kurumi yet so far today, but let's see if they've cooked or if they've burnt their dinner. What do you reckon, Moxie?
I mean, Tev has already been snapped, so not the greatest opener coming on through from the Kurumi composition as Mian on the field now comes out with that Thunderlord Kurumi ultimate as well. On the side of IG2, that SS1 are just going to look to fully disengage, forcing the recast only gets one of them before they're going to be vulnerable, being able to kite outside of that heal AoE. As XEL is currently being fully pressured on this Viper by the Hardy. They know that the Viper still has the ultimate available. Out comes that V1 into the Akos cage as well. Nowhere for them to be able to run. And there's the consolidated damage. Shotgun blast of the F2 is going to be able to take one down. Follow-up of the knives takes a second. And at this point, it's really just cleanup. This is a 1 versus 3. The Akos F2 into the full stagger lockdown of 2 players in your face with flying knives. So there is no opportunity, even if you had the stamina, to be able to dash out of the range.
Jump LMB, jump LMB, jump LMB to your doom. But now we've got the second round of our third 3v3 IG on the Tianhai Ferrier Syra composition, and we've got the Tianhai Mirror as well. Han goes for the stomp, doesn't find it. The rock, paper, scissors matchup of the Tianhai in the Monk Sedate. Luoye getting juggled by the opposition right there. Does manage to get back on his feet, but then immediately gets grabbed. The Tumulk ultimate is not going to save him. He manages to get just inside there. The projectile does not get blocked, and now the Ferrier ultimate is in play. Looking for those turret shots, finds Luoye, but not able to get the slam before the ult de-transform. Unfortunately, Han trying to continue keeping up the pressure onto Luoye. Nice, a little bit of damage right there, but the Takeda ultimate is now in play. He's trying to shove them back. He's trying to keep them at arm's length. Han doing his best to survive in the 1 versus 2. The parry comes through and he goes down. And SS1 look as though they might be able to close this one out with Takeda ultimate still in play. The last Fury and Blast used. And Zen on the back foot trying his best. The F comes through. Jump LMB, jump LMB. He goes down, and there you have it. SS1 to be able to win out this second round. Beautifully done.
I mean, yeah, it was so much easier for them the moment that they were able to take Han out of the fight early, because then they can always play one of those fights 2 versus 1. As now we're going to get SS1, actually. They're the ones fielding this Kurumi, coming on for both the Justina as well as the Tessa, so a lot of lockdown potential up against the Eno composition. Out comes one cast of the Tessa ultimate, doesn't find the connection, does find the parry, however, with those flying knives coming on through. Justina V2 actually is on the field to allow SS1 a little bit of cover. Or Luoye gets parried, has to burn the combo breaker to be able to recover before hopping over to the last dash blade of that Justina V2, taking Sanctuary within the Kurumi ultimate as well. Now gets the Tessa Charm, being able to tether onto XXL, who in a matter of moments is about to get charmed for the 3-second duration, forced to walk forward. But SS1, wait a minute, the damage was split onto different players. They didn't actually bring someone down.
No, they didn't. The peel coming through. Oh, big release right there with the fist blades. Zen trying to disengage. The Hardy Cube is going to take him to safety, if only for a moment. The team now closing in once again, trying to catch up to Zen. The parry, it's not gonna work, buddy. Overhold. That's Justina F1 as well. And we've got another ultimate coming out once again from the V2. Justina hitting the back right here. Mian and Luoye get up, both holding the flying knives. XXL gets hit in the back. Overhold once again. The combo breaker is going to keep him alive for an extra couple seconds. But there you have it. SS1. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, he's got another ult. I was going to say it's over, but it's going to be stalled out for another 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, SS1 are just going to have to go into kiting mode at the moment. Luoye might actually go down. Oh, Kurumi cover is taking a lot of damage, gets hit into the execution stance. Han, half HP. Still able to get all of the hits onto these players, but he's about to be out of his ultimate, so he will be vulnerable. Goes up onto the pillars to be able to break away, but gets taken down by the fan RMB. And that was SS1 actually being able to dispatch the Uno composition at full strength.
Looking good. Justina V2 making an appearance in trios as well as...
What's going on? Maybe they expected like the Farrier and wanted to have the V2 to be able to hide away from the cannon shots, because NiHQ is running the usual Justina V1 that we're used to seeing in the trios meta. As he still has that ultimate, now uses it, gets a freeze onto Fat Milk as well to be able to follow up with those knives. Has to be careful though, as he's going to be taking a lot of pressure from the Eno composition coming on through, trying to shut the Justina down so that he doesn't just get to play on the outsides and get these freezes off because they're just not marking him. Oh my goodness, NiHQ gets another freeze into just the follow-up bump of that charged RMB from the Sphere, and Wolves have a lead in terms of players. They can look to just isolate out these fights and win them out with unfair player advantage.
Yep, they managed to create that numbers advantage, and it looks as though there's not much 5-1 can do about it. But as I say that, nice little parry coming out onto NHQ. Damage is going to connect, but still at a huge disadvantage to jump and be into the tech chase from ZK. And there you have it. Wolves take round one, looking solid with that Justina composition right there. Now moving into round two, we have the fight that we've seen a few times now. The Tianhai Syra Farrier up against the Enor Hardy Zipping. Pampy not opting to ult just yet, but there you have it. The Enor ult response from Pampy, tries to find a grab, not able to do so, does disrupt the damage coming through from the electric kebab from the Eno, jumping in, trying to catch one, tries to go for the grab onto the Zipping, not going to be able to find it, unfortunately, setting these grabs out left and right, looking for something, but, oh, we get a little bit of peel. ZK is going to be coming out of ultimate pretty soon, trying to catch one of them out the air, not able to. And Fat Milk, wait a second, we come out of the ultimate, our teammate's dead, he's just dead and buried, he's gone. And now at a numbers disadvantage once again, it's looking pretty cooked for 5-2-1.
I mean, they've got the Farrier mech at least out on the field, but yeah, Pampy is coming under so much pressure from this Hardy ultimate. Hardy ultimate's now done. Pampy's trying to use the Farrier mech cannon shots as a way of just covering himself and throwing out the LMBs with those fly knives. Actually gets a parry off onto XN on that Zip, but the Farrier mech's about to be up, and I think Pampy's time is about to be up too. F1 from the Tianhai burned on out, and Wolves, it's just a case of cleanup. We go up into the sky for the drop-down charge RMB with the fan, hoping that Akame is not ready and anticipating that parry, and then playing on the outsides of it, max distance with the charged RMB to be able to clean things up. And we have our teams who will be progressing. We've got XKG versus SS1, which I believe will be our first matchup. And I really want to see more of the Justina V2, to be personally honest.
Yeah, same. I think it's going to be cool. It works really well in this environment. You know, it made sense that it was getting picked up in solos. I'm glad to see that the trios players have recognized its strength. Because if a fight gets drawn out quite a while, then you're going to be able to use, you know, more than 2 of the activation on that ultimate, as it only costs about 50 or 60% to cast. So it's just, I think it's 50%, 50, 55. It doesn't, so it just creates a lot of pressure if the fight gets drawn out. And if you're up against these kiting comps, the disengage composition that is Enor Hardy Zipping, it can work really, really well in your favor, and then especially if you pair it with that Tessa, who also has the ability to send out multiple ultimates, you've got a lot of pressure throughout the entire fight, and the disengage comp can't really survive in the end. Once you burn through everything, they're not going to be able to survive. But speaking of surviving, Fu on SS1 is not going to be able to do that. He's going to go down, and XKG getting their first kill on to SS1 here. Mian trying his best to do something, getting collapsed on by 2 players. F2 sends him to the other side of the arena, but the parry's going to connect, and there you have it, cleaned up. And now into our second round of this semi-final within the Martial Artist Ultimate. Can SS1 bring it back, Moxie?
Oh, I mean, losing that zip is always going to be brutal, but now we get to see no zips, no Kurumis. Just full aggression coming through from both these compositions. Mian already on the field in that Vajra state, getting his legs a little bit fried by those flying knives coming on through. Yushan ultimates also come out of the Farrier team as we get the Temi ult at the same time in response, blocking out a lot of that pressure now that the cannon mech is going to be able to output. One grab into a throw. Mian playing on the other side of the Temi ultimate, actually getting staggered a little bit by some of those Farrier cannon shots, and they've already lost the Temi as well. So Mian now getting hit into... just no chance of recovery. Has to wait for the F1 to come on through to be able to peel away from that stagger lockdown coming on through. Mian, though, and Luye, they might be able to find an opening here. They're looking for that drop down into the charged LMB with the flying knives to create an opening. As Mian just continues to try and play keep away against Jun Yuan. He's able to actually catch him into the uppercut extension, which is huge. Tries to turn the charged LMB, though, but Tutek's finding the parry despite him not actually taking damage originally from that Tianhai. And there's an opportunity here, unfortunately, for XKG to be able to shut down SS1. And they will be able to continue in this versus bracket.
Yeah, they almost had it in the bag, almost able to clutch up there, but unfortunately it wasn't to be. Now moving on, we have TE up against Wolves. TXJ on the Viper right here. Get out of here. Get out of my face. Hitting him with that F. Get off me. We got the ACOS ultimate dropped down now. Are we going to be committing the Viper ultimate yet, or are we holding on to it? I believe we're trying to hold on to it a little longer. It looks like NHQ in that Justina ultimate has used a couple of freezes, has used a couple dashes. The Yushan. Wait a second. Is this? I think this is Nbpl Yushan as well. I don't think it's the V2. Trying to find something, not able to do anything just yet, but tries to connect the F right there, not going to connect, unfortunately, but TXJ is now going to be popping the ultimate, trying to get the stun onto one of them. They find one, NHQ goes down, having been stunned. Now ZK eating a bit of damage, trying to find a way out. XN trying to overhold here, catches him with the follow-up. TXJ with the flank and the flying knives. We're just playing the max range spacing game right here. There's nowhere to go, and TE clean up the fight.
That Viper ultimate, it's brutal. Like, it forces you to have to kite behind those pillars to avoid the stun, but that just means that your position is forcing the Viper with enough stamina is able to just round the corner and still catch you with it. As now we get the mirror matchup coming on through, so who's going to make the aggressive play? Who's going to take first turn? TXJ is going to be popping his ultimate. Is there going to be a response coming through from Wolves? Yes, there is. Both of the Unos in the ultimate state. TXJ taking a little bit of stagger actually coming on through from Wolves. We've got the Hardy ultimate on the field as well at the same time. And you just can't find an opening. They're trying to lock the zip down currently so that they deny the sustainability if we go down to the neutral fight. But XN is trying to just dash away, and his team are doing such a good job of providing him a little bit more space. TXJ now having to actually deal with the fact that, like, yeah, they've been able to lock one of the zips down. Out comes the Hardy Cube for the reposition into the charged RMB, but oh my goodness, the mid-air parry in interception of it. TXJ loses his armor, gets stripped away, has to receive the zip F bubble. They've turned though onto Wolves XN. They've finally been able to find the opening they were looking for. The zip so far away from the team, no Hardy ultimate to be able to keep her out of this. This could be the opportunity, but Wolves instantly returning the fire and finding the peel, and so far no one's gone down.
As you say it though, XN falls, Onfeng finds it, and now TE with the numbers advantage. One of them's going to just stabilize a little bit. TXJ pops a heal, diving in, and they find one more. TE in a 3 versus 1. NHQ has had enough time and done enough damage to get his ultimate back online, but I don't think it's going to save him. They have the cube, they just block it with the parry, and there you have it. Shot out of the sky, the bird falls to the ground, wounded, and TE move forward now up against XKG. This is spicy. XKG's been popping off, TE's looking in form. I'm ready, Moxie.
Okay, so we have Tianhai, ACOS, Viper versus full meta Eno composition coming on for no ultimates on the field. We know that TE like to hold that Viper V1 for as long as possible. As we're going to get the Tianhai state. coming on through from Wonfang. Vajra is on the board. XKG going to be using that Hardy ultimate from the side of Jun Chuan, but just not really finding any opportunities. One of their players actually got grabbed, as we're going to be seeing that Viper V1 looking to extend the grab into the stun. This is a huge opening, and Tutik has no opportunity to be able to recover. Shotgun blast of the F2 is going to be able to take him down, and instantly TE have the lead in terms of players left on the field. Ikos ultimate's going to be able to come through, caging ZXI as well. They already used the Hardy ult too, so you're not going to be able to cube your way out of this. Big double parry comes out onto TE, and TXJ spotting that that was an opening that they cannot allow to get punished. Kites out, gets a heal, comes back in with the scale rush to close up the distance, gets hit though with the charged LMB coming on through from the whipsel, but max distance parry creates the opening onto the Hardy, forcing the combo breaker out. And TXJ, he sees the Hardy space out of the fight. He knows that leaves the Zip behind vulnerable, which means they'll take the 2 versus 1 against ZXL and then turn their attention onto the Hardy after that eliminations come through.
Yep, calm and collected. TE in that big stun was fight turning. It turned the tables on them. Nothing they could do in the moment, it seemed. And now TE looking to close this one out. TXJ on the E0, sends the F2, does not connect, but we're popping the ultimate, we're sending it, we're getting in the jump RMP out of the air. The Yushan is to be able to pop his ultimate as he hits the ground, buffering it, able to avoid that big damage, but the Thunder Lord, come back here, General. I've got the got the power of lightning on my side. Yushan's just struggling. Guys, we can't help you, Bridget. What do you mean help? There's nothing you can do against the Thunder Lord himself. Now his ultimate is going to last a little bit longer than TXJ's. Now deforming, finding the scale rush opener. Oh, just coming in with the peel. ZXL is going to survive. TXJ turning his attention over to the Yushan. Going to get a little bit of damage, but the Farrier mech is going to peel him off. TXJ using the cube. I'm trying to DPS that Farrier mech a little bit, draw the attention, then dipping back out once again. They have a big effective health advantage. Junxian, very low HP, and there you have it. He goes down. TXJ just in full control of the situation, looking to catch the Farrier as she comes out of the mech. F2 in play, and there you have it. 3 versus 1 once again, and TE looking good today, Moxie.
Yeah, looking very much in top form. Oh my goodness, like being able to just blow fights wide open with things like the Viper as well as that Tianhai. Because like what I really like about TE is that they changed how they played. They didn't go for the same sort of like ultimate rotation when we saw it the first time, because then it becomes predictable, right? Like if you know, okay, they've got the Viper, Akos, Tianhai. Well, we saw last time that they withheld the Viper ultimate until much later, and then tried to use the Akos cage to be able to take away some of that space. And then you fast forward to look at how they play that last versus matchup with it. Incredibly aggressive opener with the Tianhai, finds that grab instantly into the Viper V1 for the extension of the stun, and there's very little you can actually do to be able to peel it, since you're just not expecting to have to peel that amount of CC at the opening of the fight, so you lose a player almost instantly, and from there it's just a snowball. Like, you're not going to be able to recover. So, like, huge kudos to TE basically understanding that not only are they going into those versus matchups, they also have to play them differently. So it doesn't become super predictable of you being like, okay, they'll use this ultimate, then this ultimate, so we'll start the fight here, we'll kite there, we'll wait out their ultimates, and then we'll come back through getting the last laugh with second rotation.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the Akos with the cage and a Viper, and you think, oh, it's Wombo, you know, we just need to not get hit by all of it at once. But if you disrupt them, you disrupt their thinking, you can definitely do a lot. You know, all of the work and practice and preparation that goes into these to these games. These players, you know, they've worked so hard to you know, drill all of these like strategies into their game plan. And then if you throw a spatter in the mix and you disrupt that, it can be very difficult to come back from it. But here we are once again. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. Answer for treasures time. If you want to get your hands on a special gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which hero was not picked by TE, not being the key word? Was it A, Akos, B, Hardy, C, Zipping, or D, Junhuan Li? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner will be chosen amongst those who answer correctly, added and whispered, so that they can claim their prize. That's a toughie, you know. If you weren't paying attention, and we saw a lot of characters on the field during that versus match, if you weren't paying attention, you might not get it. But starting off strong, I like when the questions are difficult.
Yeah, yesterday's were pretty easy. It was like, which hero MVP'd? So the fact that like the game ended, we would basically say that player or that hero multiple times, and then the question would pop up. It's like, yeah, guys, like if you weren't listening, this one's on you. But like honestly, TE starting things off strong, and that was, I think, the biggest surprise for me, like coming in today, knowing it's a lower bracket run, seeing TXJ on a team in a lower bracket round is absolutely wild, because this guy has been the GOAT of NARAKA trios literally since the start of the scene, essentially. So it's still like kind of crazy that we're seeing a lot of the old guard now having to jump through some newer hoops to be able to reach where some of the fresher talent have been able to find themselves already.
Yeah, it certainly rewards consistency, but I do very much like this new format. We've moved away from the bi-weeklies, and now we're doing tri-weeklies, you know, stage one. It's cool. I like it. It creates a lot of opportunities for those, you know, who they have a bad day, they've got multiple chances to come back in. You have a good day and you're rewarded. You know, I like it a lot. I definitely very much enjoy it. Let us know whether or not you like that in chat. But that is our versus match concluded, and it's something, you know, if you haven't caught the days of Nbpl leading up to this, with the format changes, not only does the 3v3s at the beginning of the day decide the ban pick phasing, which order in which you get to choose your characters and that sort of thing, but it also it gives you a few points. So now that TE have won that versus, they're going to have a few points to start off the day, which is certainly very, very nice when you're looking to qualify and secure that top 4 placement to get into the finals this weekend.
Yeah, it's because it took the place of one of our actual games, right? We used to, even in solos, we had the versus matchup, and then we went into 6 full games. Now we have the versus matchup, which is your first actual game, and then we go into 5 maps of NARAKA, which is a rotation of Holoroth, Morris, and Pedoria as well coming on through. And then obviously we have the mirror match at the end, which, let's be honest, as we said, is likely going to be that Eno composition coming out with both the Hardy and the Zipping. Although I'm like really excited to get to see if anything that we saw in that versus matchup then transfers onto some of the rest of the compositions, because what we saw was the Eno composition like actually looking fallible in some of its matchups. Like normally that's always been the go-to since Jacob, of if you're phase 1, both teams are going to be dead mirroring, but all 3 of the heroes, there's not really any sort of like variation of it. It's literally just the Eno, the Zipping, the Hardy, and then that obviously takes it out of the play for the rest of the teams when we go into phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. So are we going to see the meta move a little bit, or is that still just the cream of the crop?
I think it's largely because I think it's definitely a really solid composition that covers a lot of different options in a lot of different matchups. But I think its true power is that it's able to do consistently well in the battle royale games, because as we've talked about, you know, the versus matches, the 3v3s, just like its own bubble of meta. You know, it's not the same thing. You can a team composition, a character can do very well in battle royale rounds, and not do so well in a straight 3v3 where there's nowhere to kite to, there's nowhere to recover, third parties aren't being considered. So it's definitely it shows there. I think a lot of teams were perhaps putting a little bit too much, value into it, and now with this happening and with this comp being, shown to have weaknesses, that we might see the meta shift a little bit. But who knows? We will have to wait and see. Now taking a look at TXJ's dominance in this versus round, he really did. He was showing a lot of dominance throughout every single fight. I felt like TXJ was just in full control every time we got to take a look at his POV.
I mean, yeah, like occupying the Farrier's full attention, essentially for the full duration of that V2. And then I'm sure we'll get to see in a moment the replay. Oh, no, we don't. Of the Viper V1 stun off of the Tian high grab. Like, TE looking very, very good in terms of the coordination between their players, as you can sort of expect, right? They're a very good communicative team. And TXJ's always been a very good shot caller as well, able to flex onto multiple different roles and really like be the crutch of their composition too. But no, like you said, now we move away from the versus matchup, we go into the battle royale aspect of the match. We're going to be seeing things like Run with Yang, which is very similar to that versus, but we also have the potential for third parties in the open map and Spirit Wells, because oh boy, are we going to see a lot of focus on those Spirit Wells, especially now that we've downsized the lobby somewhat. There's going to be 8 teams, so there's less opportunities for third parties, I will say. But that does mean that when you go into like the Spirit Well areas, there's potentially going to be a lot of teams that just get to walk away with the Spirit Well uncontested and steamroll the rest of the teams left behind, which has been happening a lot recently in solos. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure for the teams to be able to coordinate around those Spirit Wells to make sure that someone doesn't just become Thanos.
Yeah, the Spirit Well situations in solos have been a bit suspicious, but I'm excited to see how they play out in trios. As with it's solos, they're all just like, ooh, are you gonna go? Oh, we've all got a Yang depletion. I think trios, they're just gonna just get in there, bro. Just go, just send it, And plus, getting the flag is a little easier in trios to some extent, I feel like, because you can have the flag's only on one player, so then you have
one person,
your other two teammates.
To cover.
Exactly. So you can sort of dip in and out a little bit, and you can armor swap with your teammates. You can do all sorts of different things. You have these different ults that are designed for protecting yourselves and your team. So it's definitely more feasible to get the flag, I would say. But we'll see. Another really nice thing about the new format and the new rule set is that it's Firefly Gaming for the majority of the day. So our first 4 Battle Royale games. So this game after that is all going to be Firefly. And then the final game of the day, the mirror match, is going to be at the Sunny Day Morris Isle. So we've got a lot of Firefly Gaming, a lot of ults, a lot of action in store for the day, and I'm excited because it's all on the line. As we said earlier, top 4 teams move forwards, bottom 4 go home, and have to await the next stage, the next tri-weekly. I like tri-weekly. They've called it stage 1 and stage 2, but I think tri-weekly just sounds extra cool. But as I said, here we go, Moxie. Are we ready? What's going to be the first team pick? Do you think it's going to be the Eno?
I think it might be the Eno. I think we're both on the same page on that one. Like you don't need a crystal ball or a fast forward to 5 minutes button to be able to predict that it's going to be the Eno Zip hardy composition. And if it's not, then we're going to truly have to have a sit down and discussion about okay, what's changed? Why are people moving away from this one? Because the hardy composition, especially in all aspects, battle royale and the realm of Yang actual fights, hardy being able to give Zip a cube and just disengage a fight without relying on a combo breaker button of her own is absolutely huge. Because like we saw what happened when the Zip got targeted and went down first, and the team falls apart in terms of just like the overall sustain output. Zip's always been a point of weakness. Supports have always been the more targeted players and heroes on a trio's composition, so being able to give her that extra bubble of protection is absolutely massive.
Absolutely, you know, the support, get him, he's healing him, stop him, you know, get him out of here. No combo break, no problem, says Hardy. The cube is gonna save the day for the zipping Ying. And it's just, I swear, I don't know what it is, but I feel like Zipping's healing got shadow buffed at some point and nobody noticed, because she's just pumping the heals these days. I don't know what it is, but she's just doing so much work. And I don't know. But maybe it's just a feeling. Maybe I'm just delusional. It's often the case, but we'll see. Maybe one day we'll find out. Regardless, I reckon, yeah, it's probably going to be the Eno to kick us off. But I'm hoping that it's not. I'm hoping it's not, because that would, you know, bring a little excitement into all of our lives. What could it be? You know, what could pop up in first pick? Maybe a team just wants to disrupt things, you know, and just be goofy, funny, haha. You know, we'll see. I
mean, I don't think you take that risk though. In lower bracket,
yeah, maybe not.
You kind of want to make sure that you're getting all of the OP at the top meta heroes out of the way, so we don't get to see the top compositions starting to run the lobby. Because like, no, normally phase 1 has been the Zip, Hattie, Eno, and then phase 2 sometimes has the identity crisis of Viper Syra, but then what do you run with it? Do you go for the cage with the ACOS and play for the wombo combo of Viper stun or Syra stun while they all can't just disengage? Or do you go for the Justina to be able to have like a little bit more freedom, a lot of good CC dashes, and really good pressure honestly on the transformers, given the fact that the freeze actually lasts longer on transformed units, including things like the Farrier mech as well as the Tianhai and Eno composition.
Yeah, it's interesting. I want to see something different though. Just give me something, you know, something spicy, you know. Even I'll take a Shiol, you know, just anything. Just give me something. I want to see it, because here's the thing, right? Although you kind of want to put your best foot forward, as you said, you don't want to mix things up too much when it's, you know, make or break to qualify into the finals for this weekend. But at the same time, if things do get mixed up and if it just disrupts everything, then we could see a different characters or different team composition in the mirror match rate for today. It's also another thing to consider is that if this composition, the Hardy Eno Zip is the most common, seen as the best comp to put to go for first, because it's just pretty safe and it's good disengage, it's still very strong. It means that every team's been putting in a lot of work on that. So if they don't end up getting to play it as much as they'd like, or if it just sort of screws up their plan for which comp on which map, then it could actually benefit the team that throws the spanner into the mix. You know, as I said earlier, you know, all of this planning, all of this forethought just gets thrown out the window, and then it's just chaos on the field. But we'll see. Probably not going to happen. I'm just sort of yapping because it's exciting. But we will see, ladies and gentlemen. First off, we have XKG and WBG picking their characters, picking their team composition, and then we have TESR, then SS1IG, then the Wolves and 521 in that fourth pick.
I mean, let's be honest, we're all expecting the same three heroes to pop up for WBG and XKG. There's no way you allow those to get through into both TE and SR on that second pick as we get ready to head into our game 2, a first actual battle royale after that versus matchup. What will be the compositions? Will it be something a little bit spicy? I mean, teams have been trying with the Transformer Takeda Temi variant and sort of like emphasis on trying. Monk still a little bit struggling when you're not running him with a traditional support, but things like the Zip, well, she's been pulled fully out of that composition alongside both the Siphon as well to get slotted into that Hardy Enoch comp. And Syra now is playing more with Viper and Justina in the more CC lockdown compositions too. So potentially you get like a Karumi, but Karumi still seeing play with the Takeda Temi as opposed to the Monk Takeda Temi.
We shall see, won't we, Moxie? But who knows? Who knows what gets brought out today? I mean, it would be truly a joy to see something crazy cooked up. And if anyone's going to do it, I reckon it's probably going to be TXJ because my man, he's the innovator, the theory crafter, the guy who came up with all these different comps and so many different iterations of compositions. And it's put them, a step ahead, a step in front of the rest of the scene. So if it's looking dire today, perhaps he's just going to pull out the secret sauce that he was saying.
He has been the mad scientist, in the past. When new heroes released, teams went on record in actual interviews and said that they didn't want to put time and effort into learning a composition until TXJ had been able to work out how exactly to play it. And what to play it with, which I mean, like, honestly, in terms of being able to actually like attribute your time successfully, because like you have to play so many different compositions, right? Since we have like phase lockouts, and then we also have the mirror matchups that you have to do. For all of these players, it's really important that the time that they put in scrims is actually used well. Like, it's high value, it's not just sort of like meaningless. So allowing someone else to come up with that idea, while it means that you're not like the innovator, you're not the one throwing the curveball in and gaining value from that aspect of things where you can catch teams by surprise and have a very high scoring, probably like 1 or 2 days before the rest of the lobby really catches on to what exactly it is. It can still be risky, because what if you try and beat those innovating teams and it doesn't work out? And then you took that time away from scrimming and playing what is actually the determined meta, and you're going to be behind the rest of them. So, like, I can see the value in both approaches.
Oh, absolutely. There's always going to be value if you do happen to come up with the goated comp that just does everything. Then yeah, you can potentially do a lot with it. But if it doesn't work out, as you said, time wasted. Just let TXJ do it. Just let him do it, because he's just got the biggest brain. He's got enough brain power for all of it, apparently. Because look at him. He's just the posture king. Oh yeah, my back hurts carrying these noobs. Oh, I'm just so good. This guy, he's just a machine. I love it. Love to see him. Just popping off and in form. I to be honest with you, I was surprised that he was even playing today. I did see that it was close. I think I remember it being rather close. They didn't make it through, but still, it's odd to see the general himself not in the winner's bracket waiting for his competition to arrive. Instead, he's having to get there the hard way. Perhaps this was all planned, though, Moxie. Perhaps he's done this so that he could get extra games in, extra practice. Wouldn't put it past him, to be honest with you. But,
yeah, I was actually going to say, like, there is an advantage for some of these teams who are able to move from lower bracket into the finals, and that's that they get more opportunity to experience the new rule set.
Yeah. The conspiracy theories develop. Oh, has he done this deliberately? Oh, you see that he's hiding the folder. Don't let him see.
Yeah, see, they learned. Yesterday, Raven actually pointed it out. I believe it was Wu Feng's desk. He always had his like map fully out in the open, nothing over it. Like, you could easily see what exactly was on it. And Raven was like, I'm going to go back and screenshot to see what exactly is on that. So like, yeah, hide the strats. Straight up, just like hide the strats. You don't want to spend hours cooking up a very specific kite path that you don't want teams to know about, and then have someone show it on stream.
Yeah, don't have your strats leaked, especially on the big day. It's not ideal. I mean, after it's happened, after you've used it, everyone's probably going to go and figure it out anyway. But you know, it's worth it to keep it close to the chest as long as possible if there's big money on the line. But here we go. Wait a second, we're already through the phasing. We didn't see it. Regardless, we've got these are the characters, guys.
Wait. Let's see. XKG, TE was second, so Syra, Akos, Yuashan, and then Yara was WBG was first. Eno, Hardy, Zip. Okay, so it went as expected for XKG and WBG, that was the first composition locked, and then the second composition was indeed the ACOS with that Syra, and then the rest of the teams had to pick up essentially what was left.
Yes, indeed. Unfortunate we don't see a mix-up, but there's still time left, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the heart rates. TE, all in the red. If you're not in the red, you're not trying hard enough, says TXJ. Get that heart rate up. Get pumped. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of the teams, no one's sweating as hard as TE is right now, but yeah, I think that's, you know, they've done some push-ups before they're going. Get the pump going. Get ready, boys. And they're going to be going in and landing on Skygaze Cove up against 5-2-1, looks like, with isolated 3v3 to kick us off. Then XKG up in the north going for Arcadia drop. IG going for just west of Imperium. And then we have Wolves, WBG, SR, SS1 up there on a pretty hot drop right there, I would say. Pretty active off spawn, but who's going to be coming away with the dub? Who's going to be coming off spawn with the big loot, with that big money? We shall see. TE dropping in, going straight for the Fireflies. Love to see it. And they've got 2 ults online already, Moxie.
Oh, that's huge. Especially that Viper V1 early on, to be able to lock these players down and combine it with the ACOS cage. XKG, you pointed it out, they're the only team here in Arcadia, so they're going to be scouting, trying to get their hands on Thunder Coins to be able to stack them up and open and unlock the Volpoint Essence, so that they can have that Soul Jade to bail out one of them if they go into something like a Realm of Yang. So this is a Fireflies map, so a lot of these drop locations were close to Fireflies so that everyone could get their hands on those ultimates as quickly as possible. As we can see that SR actually have 2 of their ultimates in play as well. Oh, Wolves have spotted IG. We're about to see a Ballista shot come through. XN's baiting them into the distance for that Ballista shot to be able to hit. ZK as well, charging up the Scale Rush. This was a bait and switch. Can IG manage to survive? They've already lost 1. Make that trader though, as Zen's going to be able to take down XN, who was away from the pack, isolated, and now we have a 2 versus 2. Zen looking to try to get on top of NiHQ before he can dodge away with this. Throwing in that Shenhuan ultimate as well, like really wanted to get very aggressive. As ZK now trying to keep the Shenhuan Li occupied so that his teammates can get away and start to heal up. RMB from the pole sword from NiHQ's, and they're still going to be able to find the elimination though. I say that, wait, Hans come back. Did they salty res? Now we've got the Justina ultimate on the field, but ZK is able to dodge one of the freezes on the V1 by coming on through the activation of the Tianhai ultimate. And Wolves now might have the opportunity to go for a salty res if they want to come back into this fight with NiHQ down.
ZK stomping around, throwing a tantrum, get back here. Okay, I'll just slam it. And it goes to the ground. ZK, it's looking a bit cooked for him, unfortunately. I think he's called for his teammates to run away, disengage, as he's not surviving this one. And without backup from the team, they're not going to be securing those grabs. With very little time left, it was over for them. Heading on over to where the action is, the hot drop, where no one seemed to have died, although we do see a kill pop up on the kill feed, with TE taking down Pampy on 5-2-1, but looks as though things are developing up here. SR getting jumped right here by the ACOS. Wait a second, oh no wait, can't tell, it's so shiny, I can't tell which ACOS is which. It's ACOSing. We've got the ACOS has ACOS, and WBG has lost some members. PP goes down, but we've got some other teams looking in. They see the action, they see the shining light in the distance. What is that over there? Let's have a look-see. And LV trying to disengage, but SS1 are hot on his heels. Jump LMB. Parry comes through, not going to connect. Luoye trying to hit something with that F1, not going to find it, unfortunately. LV trying his best to disengage. He's on the ground. His teammates are trying to cover for him, and it looks as though... Oh, I was gonna say. Oh no, wait. Those are not his teammates. Wait a second. I got confused. I thought they were protecting him, but no, they were just. This is my kill. How dare you? I'll take it for myself.
Everyone is pretty much.
Everyone was there. I thought he had teammates. Where's his team?
XKG have rotated over from Arcadia, probably with the Volpoint Essence. The only teams missing are currently 5-2-1 and TE, who are still scrapping out on Skygaze on the east side of this map. IG also dropped a Moonbane as well, which is a huge reason why so many players are in this area, as the dinner bell has rung, and everyone is trying to see if they can get a slice of pie right now, as Zen, purple armor, blue fist blades comes on through with the jump LMBs. 2-tick gets peeled out of going down with that zip ultimate kicking on through, but that's going to be a major tool of sustain now on the back burn for ID to continue applying this pressure. Instead, you're relying on peel coming out from your transformers currently, but the zip is once again isolated, and they're having to play the peel game coming on through. Yuan pushing out the Leas. SR is coming for the third party. The drop down with that Viper V1. No one knew that it was about to hit. Unfortunately, NY7 doesn't actually manage to close up the distance to be able to land the charged RMV onto XZI. Thinks better of it and instead looks for the F2 silence land application on someone else stunned instead.
It looks as though this zipping is going to be going down. Regardless, though, SR. Nice little third party, picking up their third kill. F comes through the silence, dodging away. That's Blazing Cyclone. Wait a minute, NY7 might have bitten off more than he can chew. He's got no ultimate. The Syra is going to have to pop that shining beacon to keep him alive. The ultimate is going to be coming back online soon. The armor swap from the teammate to keep him alive. No grapples, 5%. Need to stall it out a little bit longer. The ACOS ultimate's going to keep them locked down, but Junhuan Li is sniping in the distance. Not going to connect. NY7 getting a heal off. Denying the res for IG. Staying on the move, and it looks as though they've recovered. It was looking rough for a second there, but they are going to be able to keep it going, keep it moving. SS1 of their new targets. Mian gets stunned and taken down. Rico picking up another one. Are they going to keep chasing with IG right behind them? I think they will.
I mean,
they're gonna go,
I think
go for
SR, like, crucially try and run into SS1, and then IG, that they're not in a great position to be able to shadow them, as we can actually, like, see. XXL still on grey armor. Rico, in a better position for SR, as they have been able to close up the distance onto SS1, finding another elimination. This has been a great opening round coming on through from SR, who are already on 5 eliminations in total before we go into that first realm of Yang. Though they're not in a position to be able to posture up forward, as we can see that TE were able to win out their fight fully against 5-2-1 and get their hands on all of the loot and Skygaze. Moving over now to take this fight inside the realm of Yang against WBG. No one really committing to the Scarus just yet. TXJ actually utilizing his to peel back for one of his players. One thing who's a little bit more vulnerable on that blue armor. Gets hit by the charged R&B coming on through. Cage comes out with the wombo combo of that Viper V1. Can they catch this done once that Hardy has been able to look for the cube disengagement? Yes, they absolutely can. Jiang is able to cube out of the Aegis ultimate, but not out of that stun snap, and does get taken down. And with Wonfeng now just continuing that aggression, rolling on through with the Syra V2, it's going to be TE continuing this momentum. It's all up to TXJ right now to just use the jumps to be able to avoid the Thunderlord ultimate coming through from the Eno, and he does it in style, perfectly spacing out all of those potential damages. I'm just going to play with their food to kite out that fight as long as possible to have the buff later than any other team.
Yeah, key. It's not BM. It's not BM. It's deliberate. It's calculated. They are
Min-max.
just stalling out the fight. Exactly. Min-max to the moon. Extend the effective duration of the buff as long as possible. As you can see, they still haven't picked it up. They still haven't finished their Yang, and there you have it. BP goes down, and now they're gonna have the buff longer than everybody else. XKG and Wolves not able to do the same. Their buff's gonna run out sooner. Speaking of buffs, it looks as though SR, unfortunately, they weren't able to go for the Realm of Yang with their absolutely epic start to the game with 5 eliminations, but instead they were able to go and secure that Spirit Well, get their hands on Draco Storm. But will they be able to actually get all that much value? I hope for their sake they can. But let's take a look at a quick replay from the other Realm of Yang that took place. Wolves up against 5-1. ZK and Pampy in that transformed state. The jump through, knocking him back, preventing him from getting the slam. Akame popping the Takeda ultimate, trying to do something, trying to follow up on the slam. And it looks as though NHQ is going to have done enough to secure them that first pick into a parry as well. Beautifully done. Pampy just getting knocked around. Parry baited, coming in from the back. Boom! Smash. And 5-1 are going to fall. Wolves. Beautifully done. Taking them down. Having ulted first, they're able to create a huge advantage for themselves. Even though their Takeda went down pretty low, they do come out on top. Now going out of that replay, we've got TE up against SS1. I thought there may have been another one. Oh, there is. Wolves is coming in.
Yep, Wolves coming in for that potential third party as TD have actually burned 2 of their ultimates, so are in a good position to get third partied right now. Wolves coming in, slamming down that Temi ultimate, eyeing up TXJ, who has fallen low, forcing Wonfeng into burning that Syra V2 to be able to peel for him, but he is going to get taken down. However, TE winning that Realm of Yang, they do have Vermilion Bird's Might, so they'll be able to come back into this lobby with all of their loot still intact as SS1 now. Ooh, they find themselves getting locked onto by another team. SR with the charged RMB, just finding the elimination onto ZK, who's going to stand still to make sure that he goes down alongside the rest of his team with the Million Birds Might still in play. As a 5-2-1's Pampy, actually, a team who's had their hand forced in terms of having to make a play for aggression with that Yang depletion, comes on through, gets the double grab into the double slam, doesn't get the elimination off of the back of it, however, since Rico was still in Syra ultimate and was able to keep some of that healing going. And now out of Vajra estate, Pampy is just too vulnerable and falls to the team of SR. SS1, someone's taking cover inside one of those purple bushes, as there's so many teams in this lobby. IG now showing up to this fight, also with Yang depletion, coming on through much later, trying to catch some of these players at the tail end of the fight, so they've already used their ultimates, but IG just get intercepted. The peel from that pole sword unfortunately prevents Zen from being able to continue applying this pressure onto those players, and it falls to hand to lock them down with the Yushan ultimate instead.
It looks as though it might be too little too late though, unfortunately. IG, 20 seconds or so left on the clock. They need to make something happen right now. Wait a second, PP's gonna go down. Or? Okay, they cleanse one. It's not over just yet for them. Zen is going to be the one to cleanse as well. Han, unfortunately, does not find the Solvent, so he's going to go down. But with all the money in their pockets, they might be able to buy some rebirths and recover moving forward. Now over to TE once again. So they're taking a fight in the zone up against XKG. 2-tick goes down. They've got Wolves looking in, trying to third party this, spot out a weakened XKG, and ZXL nowhere to go. Wolves snapping at his heels, he goes down, and TE make it out like bandits. We just committed everything and we're not gonna die. Beautiful. Wolves very happy to pick that one up, and now so with all these stragglers are just getting picked off. SS1 pick up IG Zen, and it looks as though Jiang is also going to be taken down. He does have a... By the way, no, he doesn't have any teammates alive. That's WBG fully eliminated, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that's IG fully eliminated as well. We have 2 teams already out of this lobby. 521 have 1 player left in the form of that Takeda, and XKG have their Zip and their Hardy, but unfortunately not, I believe, their Justina. As, oh no, Zip has blood out, unfortunately. Just the Hardy now. Oh no, it would have been the Eno. For XKG, at least Hardy's got mobility, and second realm of Yang spawning up does mean that the attention from the teams at the top of that leaderboard, well, that will be turned towards posturing up to go into those portals, potentially allowing you to move over to a Rift Dealers. I say that, and XKG Xuan gets spotted out and immediately dispatched by TE, who, instead of going for a Realm of Yang, actually scouted the central parts of the map to see if they could run into a team looking for one such scenario, trying to buy one of their players back when everyone else's attention's turned.
Yeah, and did you see what just happened? The grief coming from SR. They take down the monk. His teammates went into Yang, and now it's 3v2. SR. Oh my goodness. You're always gonna watch out for the grief factor, ladies and gentlemen.
That's brutal. I mean, they're not holding back too. Just like F instant into A cascade. Oh, this is brutal. And yeah, they're just gonna kite out this last elimination onto NiHQ. Now that they've been able to guarantee one of those eliminations, 3 versus 1, it's just a matter of when they want to actually finish off that kill to be able to secure that buffers. 521 actually secured themselves the Spirit Well, as no one is there to be able to contest, and that automatically gives them a rebirth charm to be able to pick Fat Milk back up.
Yeah, I was actually surprised to see that Akame had made it out of that very chaotic fight, the chaotic skirmish, alive and having cleansed. But somehow he managed it and buys back his Jianhai, and now going to be able to buy back the 3rd. So 5D1 fully recovered and has buff now. SS1 with Mystic Might from and the Realm of Yang, I'm assuming, as we saw 5D1 take the Spirit Well. TE looking very solid. We picked up a lot of kills on the stragglers to make it out of that chaotic skirmish. SR continuing to keep their wolf alive in the Yang, and now only just now taking him down. Poor guy.
Yeah, that's not a fun time to be in. Just knowing that you're only kept alive at the whim of the other team, so they can stall out picking up that buff and have it far later. Actually, you can see the countdown for all of those buffs is up there at the top right. 167 seconds left on the Mystic Might coming through from SR, in comparison to SS1, who is just about to be less than a minute. So SR will have a huge lead in terms of the rest of those teams being able to posture on up for control of Spiritwell, but not just that, like the information that Mystic Might will be able to give them about the players closest to them, so that they don't find themselves walking into a situation where they get overwhelmed by everyone in the lobby. Like, they've got a lot of eliminations, but they're playing for endgame now. They're playing to get that really big score.
Oh, absolutely. And it looks as though Wolves, licking their wounds, have resurrected in the zone. It looks as though they have the money, and there you have it. They are going to be able to resurrect ZK after he got griefed by SR.
But all of his loot's gone now.
Yeah,
is the thing. He has nothing. Like, you lost 2 of your players. I will say, silver lining, since you managed to buy your Tian Hai back, he doesn't have Yang Depletion. So even if they don't manage to find a cleanse coming on through for XN and NHQ, you're still going to have your Tian Hai playing for survivability. But ideally, he would have all of his loot back, because it's kind of important that the Tianhai, whose ultimate health and damage scales off of the equipment that he uses when he activates that ultimate, has therefore high rarity loot when he activates that ultimate.
Yeah, that's definitely ideal. What isn't ideal is that 521 now have been spotted by SR, two of them with blue armor. SR licking their lips, ready to just fully send it. Obviously, you have to be a little careful in case there's a third party waiting in the wings. But they're just going to slowly chase down 521, as they just don't really have the gear to match them. They don't have the gear to really truly defend this. But let's see.
No teams too.
They're being patient with it. Being patient.
I mean, 521, like, they're trying to find a team to run SR into to get the attention at least off of them, so that SR think about, like, okay, we could potentially get third party if we make a play here, since they are running that Viper ACOS composition, which means if you want to go for an engagement, potentially you burn 2 ultimates, then you're vulnerable when a third team shows up to the mix. And 521, actually, looking from the minimap, were able to lose SR because they went close to SS1.
I think a bounty was also picked up onto SR, so they're wary. They don't want to. They've got 11 kills. You know, they don't want to. They don't want to go out just yet. Even though kill multiplier is no longer a factor with the new rule set, with the new format. Still, you want to be securing more kills moving forwards. If you die, you can't get more kills.
Wolves was the team that picked up the bounty, yeah, and they put it onto SR. So not ideal, but Wolves, their hand's gonna be forced. They've got 2 with Yang Depletion, and here comes the all-in. This is risky, because 521 are looking for that third party in. You can already see their movements tracking on that mini-map. NY7 still holding onto that Viper V1. They went first with the ACOS cage. And we get the Spirit Well now that 521 are trying to cap when the attention's turned away. Viper V1 was saved for this moment. Blazing Cyclone is making it so hard for Wolves to be able to hold that position too, as Night HQ has fallen. And here comes 521. They picked up the Spirit Well. They've got that buff. They have all of their ultimates in one go. And SR are being caught exactly where they didn't want to be. NY7's about to go down, gets grabbed by the Vajra, gets slammed as well. Nothing to be able to interrupt the commitment of that punch, and 521 make away with an elimination. SR, in the blink of an eye, went from full team legendary armor stacks to only the Cyber remaining.
That's crazy. And you know what else? Wolves, having started all of these shenanigans, only one of them making it out alive, the one who didn't have Yang Depletion, has now gone and bought both of his teammates back again. So they're now 3-man strong once again, and SR just in shambles. Rico desperately trying to survive, popping his ultimate, going into the storm, being chased by SS1. This is heartbreaking for them, truly. They had such a strong game, doing so well.
Done. SS1 have literally nothing to play for. Like, SS1 have Yang Depletion. There's no way that they back off of this fight. Rico will go down to zone damage if he doesn't go down to an SS1 player, and then Mian uses his ultimate to get the health reset so that he can live long enough to grab the bloom off the body.
Yep. It was looking so good for SR. And yet, they fumble. Well, the thing is, though, it wasn't really up to them. It was just kind of Wolves being forced to all in them. And then the timing coinciding with the Spirit Well being there.
And
Giving 521 the double ult.
Yeah.
And
you know what's wild too? Wolves have 2 players. One's actually bled out. One's about to bleed out. So it's now just XN, who's so little HP, just manages to make it inside the purple bush as the zone rotates away from him. I don't think anyone spotted him. Oh, wait, I say that SS1. Maybe they caught onto it and send a stray arrow or cannonball shot that away. But I think Wolves might be not home clear, they are still not out of the woods at all in terms of being able to come out on top of this lobby. But I feel like that's TE, right? TE is in such a good position to be able to take it, as SS1 still have 2 players with Yang depletion, Dunk. There's no lull. This is all in. Get the eliminations and cleanse.
Yeah, they've got to do it. There's no flag. There's no flowers on the ground, and it looks as though they're fully sending it through. Getting a huge Dragon Slayer right there onto 521. 521 are now bleeding. They had the buff, they have their ultimates, but can they survive the onslaught? Akame is going to go down to XE, and then TE are going to be the ones to pick up the kills as well. Wait a second, 521, having been gifted, essentially, the Spirit Well, and gifted a huge comeback into the game, have now fallen. All because SS1 just fully all in them as they were in a desperation moment. And it's the same thing that happened to SR, basically.
The universe, what goes around comes around, is what the gods of Naraka say. SS1 at least have been able to cleanse 2 of their players now. Still waiting for that last one. And it is going to be probably a victory for TE on the field, as they're just walking away with all of the eliminations. They still have the Apis cage as well to be able to contribute. Wolves, in the meantime, he's just going to try and cap so that no one spots him out, and then run into the zone to deny an elimination coming through from TE's side. This is how game 2 ends, Dunk. Not with a bang, but with a whimper of a puppy passing away in the dead of Pedoria's night.
That was an interesting, sequence of events, wasn't it, Moxie? We had teams doing really well, and then just getting fiended, and then those teams that fiended were in a good position, and then they get fiended. But in the end, TE are gonna win.
Yeah, because they were never at the scene of the crime.
Yeah, they were just sort of sitting there waiting in the stands, just watching all of these guys just absolutely send it. Just let them do it, and we'll just win later. It's fine. You guys just fight, and we'll clean up. And that's exactly what happens. TE come away with the MVP, coming away with the first Battle Royale game win of the day. Very unfortunate for quite a few teams here. It was looking really good for SR, then it was looking very good for 521, but it wasn't to be. It was not to be the general. Everyone's just crowding around him. You sneaky fellow. You sneaky son of a gun. How do you manage that?
I mean, just by being absent for second realm of Yang. For that.
Just being TXJ is how he did it.
It was just like full butterfly effect, essentially, where one team having Yang depletion, forcing their hand, had to go for an aggressive play to all in a team. They got a bounty off onto SR, and then they're too close to the Spirit Well, so 521 are able to go cap Spirit Well when SR are duking it out with Wolves. There's no contest. It's a Transformers team who got 2 casts of their ultimates as well. They get to come into that fight when SR have already burned through a majority of their ultimates as well, and catch those eliminations and just pick apart those comps. As your question for game 2 will be, how many kills did XKG get in that game? Was it A8? Was it B10? Was it C12? Or was it D14? As XKG was one of those teams that also fell prey to really unfortunate third partying. Like, I know we talked about the fact that we downsized the lobbies. We went from 12 teams to 8. Didn't feel like it, Dunk, in a lot of those fights. Still felt like we had literally every team in the lobby in one small space, all fighting it out for all of the eliminations.
It certainly did. There was very few instances where we saw, nothing happen, really. There was a few moments, but other than that, there was action throughout the entire game, and it definitely didn't feel like there were fewer players. It felt like 12-man, a 12-team lobby with the sheer number of third-party threats, especially at the beginning. We had that Moonbanes dropping down. all the players just piling in, tagging in. Okay, it's your turn. Oh, it's your turn, and just going crazy. But it turns out TE had the strat all along. Just let them just fully send it. Let them just scrap it out, and we'll just get our 3v3 at the beginning, get the Yang, and then we just chill, get them, and they're just vibing throughout the entire game, and just spectators, and just winning their winning their ones, winning their 3v3s, and then they come out on top because of it. So perhaps it is better to simply just sit back and let the chaos ensue, and just be the players on the outside and not get involved, because there's still so many variables that you can't take into account. Like SR, they were probably feeling very chuffed. We got this in the bag, boys. We're just 2 gold armors. What could go wrong? Little did they
Later
know.
buff too, like as well. They did everything perfectly. Literally everything perfectly. They got almost a minute lead on the rest of the teams with the second pickup of Mystic Might from that second realm of Yang. They had, like you said, 2 sets of legendary armor. They had a really good composition which could convert the eliminations they found in early to mid to late as well, so it would be high scoring for them if they're able to come out on top. And then, yeah, it really is, like you said, just so many different variables. So TE going for the more safer route actually allowed them to have a much more prosperous endgame, because they had all of their team players, they had all of their ultimates, they weren't forced into using them to have to react to another team rolling up to the party. And we can actually see, when we're looking at damage done, it's not all that high. It's like TXJ comes through with 6.7k, XCM 12.6k, and Wanfeng 15.5k. Like, usually in trios, we're in the woods of 20k plus per player. So you really can see, all of the damage that they did was really concise, so it was all meaningful. It almost always converted into the actual elimination to just end the fight instantly, so you don't have prolonged fights running a higher risk of getting third-partied, and also that they weren't taking a lot of fights. Like, a lot of the time in all of those scraps where we see multiple teams, and you really have to look on the minimap to be able to distinguish who exactly is embroiled in what, TE are entirely absent.
Yep, no need. Just, it could be perhaps that they felt very comfortable with their 8-point lead, having won the versus match. They were just simply happy to sit on the outside for that game too. Or perhaps that was their plan all along, because it definitely seemed as though it was the right call. They end up coming out on top. I'm pretty sure they got the flag. It makes sense as well if you think about it, with these teams going into game 2. They can make the prediction that a lot of these players, a lot of these teams are going to want to try and get as big of a first battle royale game as possible, especially if they didn't do so well in the versus match. And so you can play off of that aggression. You can take advantage of this heightened aggression, and instead play on the outside and just try and look in, get the third parties, do that concise damage, as you said. There's no need to get an absurd amount of damage if you're getting the kills. It doesn't matter. If you execute your CC, your crowd control effectively, each player, if they have purple armor, it's about 2,000 something effective health in total. So you don't actually need to be doing 20k if you just take them down effectively. And here we have it. It was a shame they didn't get the last kill. Even though I don't speak Chinese, I'm assuming that he's saying, "Don't run! Come back here!" Is the last member of Wolves just running into the zone, denying the kill? No, come back! Don't do that! Okay, alright, fine.
It's the fact as well that he is the Temiel too, so that if TE swapped to ranged, they still wouldn't be able to hit him through the sand wall. He truly did think it through.
No, absolutely. And here we have our MVP, XEM, ladies and gentlemen. And with 12,600 damage, the majority of his damage actually came from his skills and ultimates, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Not from a weapon, but from his skills and ultimates. So that F2 doing big damage. The dashes with that cage, that little bit of damage when they try and, they bump into the wall and they go, just get pulled back by the chain. That did damage, apparently. I do think that the F2 empowered does a little bit too much damage, considering that it also stuns them. But, hey, XEM, WTE, along with all of those players there. Are they going to be able to keep it going, though? This is definitely a really good start for them. But SR, SR also, even though they did, die to the ridiculous circumstance they were put in, they still got quite a few points and coming out second in that game. But before our next game, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be throwing over to a quick break before we get it started. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we're going to be diving in to our third game of the day very shortly. Our second Battle Royale game, mind you, but it's going to be interesting. TE getting the MVP in that previous game. Calm and collected, sitting on the outside and not getting too aggressive. Slow and steady wins the race, perhaps. Perhaps that is the name of the game today. However, SR still managed to get quite a few points, coming in second in terms of points for that game. What do you reckon, Moxie? Do you think we'll see a speed up from TE? Or do you think we'll see the slow and steady, steadily and slowly be played through the day.
I think it will depend what comp they're on, right? I feel like the Viper Akos composition, you can kind of choose how you want to play it based on the tempo of the rest of the lobby, which tempo of the rest of the lobby, that's going to dial up, I would imagine, because there's actually a very big divide currently between our teams who are performing well and our teams who got pushed out early, because we saw like 2 teams get knocked out very early on in that lobby, and a lot of the kills were split between pretty much 3 teams. So there's more pressure, there's much more stress on the shoulders of those who weren't able to have a good versus matchup and pick up points there, and even more stress and pressure on the teams who then also were not able to perform to those higher standards in game 1. And since we're still on Firefly maps as well, Dunk, I would imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of players landing on those consumables and scrapping it out to see who's going to be able to walk away with the eliminations and the greater loot.
Yeah, well, we shall see. Of course, our ban pick phasing is going to shift going into our next game, as it does every game. So we'll see. Perhaps TE with a different comp, or perhaps they're going to go for a more aggressive off spawn. But and again, taking into account that they've already got a pretty significant lead. That was 19 points in total from that game, coupled with the 8 points from winning the martial arts. They're already at 27, meaning that they're pretty comfy in the top 4 right now, sitting at the top of the leaderboard. So, they could just sit back and relax, or they could limit test and get aggressive and try something out, try out a different composition, maybe wink wink, nudge nudge,
maybe
let's see something spicy. I was going to say it, but
you weren't going to say it, but you were going to heavily imply it.
Yeah, I mean, TE was one of the teams that actually did play Tarka after his rework. One of the few teams that did play it. It went okay, but Tarka comp never MVP'd a single time in trios. So we'll see.
I love how you have to make the distinction now between solos and trios, because it actually did in solos.
It has, yes, yeah. Even though it didn't get picked by Joan Yuan on the last solo day that I casted.
Also, yeah, it didn't get picked yesterday as well.
Yeah. So let's not put too much stock into getting an MVP one time, guys. It's just... All right, let's not talk about Tarka, because then I'll just sort of start rambling on. Let's get into things. Let's get into the trios. What do you reckon? I reckon it's probably gonna be Eno on first pick once again.
I reckon you would be correct on that one. I really want to say, what are the comps for phases after, right? Because we've had Viper Syra Akos, which just did really, really well, coming on through from TE side of things. There's the Justina variant of it. Then we have the Akos Wuchen Tessa as well, since we do have the Battle Royale. So being able to use the Wuchen Teleport to disengage is a very good thing, especially if you're about to get third-partied. Being able to nope out of those fights very, very quickly. Though it does mean that the Wu Chen is a huge target for a lot of teams, since if you keep him staggered, he's not going to be able to pull a ripcord and get the team out of dodge. As we are getting ready to go into our hero pick phase, TE and SR are up first, Dunk, which means I would imagine the aggression will continue from both of them, because they're going to be able to have access to the premier composition that is the hardy Eno and Zipping Yin.
Both of them picked Tarka comps. Let's go. Both of them have picked them in the past. I said I wasn't going to talk about Tarka, so let's not. Eno probably. I mean, it's just that Eno is just so impressive. The character is, for lack of a better way of putting it, extremely obnoxious, and it's rather face roll. You constantly spamming the jump RMBs. You're able to catch people who are very high in the sky. It staggers them for so long, allowing you to potentially hit the combo with your F ability while in ultimate. It creates so much value. the fact that, you know, it's just electro-charged Yushan that can also dodge as well. You know, the fact that he can dodge is rather crazy too. You know, he has so much mobility. You know, there's so many people who put so many hours into learning how to become the mountain goat on Yushan, but then Eno gets introduced, and it's just like, all right, okay, cool, I guess. But here we are, halfway through the phasing. We've got the Eno comp in first phase, and then we've got a little bit of that Viper, Akos, Syra coming through in the second.
Yeah, and then we had the Akos from both of the teams with that Akos composition, so Justina is still available for Wolves to actually pick up and add into this Shenhuan Li Yushan composition that they're going to be running. XKG and WBG now getting their opportunity to pick. Tessa still going to be left available, but Viper will not be. So what is it going to be ran with? Tessa, Wuchen, Tammy coming on from WBG, and then XKG going for the Shenhuan Li, Justina, and then Yushan. Yep, there we go, Yushan.
Tamulk, Tessa, Wuchen. I mean, it's reminiscent of the Akos Tessa Wuchen, because it's not the cage with the chains,
but it's still
instead
lockdown.
it's still the Tamulk ult, which effectively it achieves a very similar thing. Especially if you go for the V1 Tamulk, you can do the dashing as well if you fancy. But I mean, I have seen that get a little bit more play. I saw it get played in the 3v3s earlier, but I think the Wisps are still so good. But we did hear, I think at Jacob as well, that V1 Tamulk was getting a little bit more use, not only because of the added bonus of being able to essentially do the Sandy scale rush in the sky within your ultimate, but also just because it lasts those extra couple seconds.
Yeah.
Can surprisingly make all the difference when it comes to trying to mitigate CC from, you know, Syra, Viper, etc.
I mean, longer ultimate, especially in the areas where you have to be able to camp, to be able to cap, is very, very good. Having Temi V1 to be able to try and control some of the Spirit Well tempo in comparison to V2, which, I mean, V2 lockdown, being able to just get essentially 100 to 0 with the correct re-wisp placement is very frustrating for teams to have to play into, but you can still disengage the ultimate and then come back once it's gone. Having those extra seconds attached to the V1 in comparison to the V2 could be the thing that allows these teams to be able to cap the Spirit Well and gain access to that ult cycle once more. So we'll have to see when we look at the ability loadout icons, if it's going to be the V1 or if it will continue to be that V2.
Yeah, it's. I think it's just some teams like one over the other. It's just how they like to play. Whether or not you want to be using the Tamulk ult as an initiation, or if you want to be using it defensively, etc. There's lots of different ways to play the same character, interestingly. But let's wait and see. It looks as though we are going to be going for that V1 with the F1 for WBG at least, and Fat Milk as well. Yeah. We'll be going for the V1. So V1 seems to be favored by these teams. Enor looking standard, everything looking pretty standard. V1, F1 for XXL. F1.V1 for ZXL. All in order, Moxie. All in order. Looks as though TE have gone down from red to orange. Okay, we got the lead. We can chill a little bit. We can just relax. It looks as though that's what they're going to do. They're going for the cave drop. Rather isolated.
Yeah, I mean, SR and SS1 are going to be scrapping it out. No GG in play means Secret Tunnel is a free-for-all. especially on Firefly maps, so you'll be able to get your ultimates online very, very quickly. SR are still in the same phase as TE though, so they will be on that Eno composition. And having to fight Eno and Hattie in a claustrophobic space is not something I would wish on my worst enemy. So SS1 might see the composition they're up against, and if SR gain Firefly access to first, might decide to nope out of that fight entirely. As Luya has been able to get his hands on 1, but not 2, so does not currently have the cage up to go. Zip at least is able to come on through with some of that sustainability, as they've actually been able to find the first eliminations onto NY7. It gets traded for Fu, and Mian goes down very shortly afterwards too, so this should be SR cleaning things up and able to revive that player without burning one of those lives.
The slaps, speaking of obnoxious Eno, the slaps also rather obnoxious. Just one person slap, one person jump LMB. There you have it, he's dead. We're moving on. We've got XKG up against WBG. 2-tick in the Justina ultimate, having used all those dashes. Big damage coming through. Junxian is going to get that Yushan ultimate online. Tessa combo break gets utilized with the Wu Chen Fs, making everything look very shiny. 2-tick trying to chase down this kill. Jump LMB, not going to connect, but his teammates going to be picking it up. But now we've got the third party coming through from Wolves. NHQ pulling the trigger on that ultimate very early. Tries to find the 1 dash, doesn't connect. Going for the second again, doesn't connect with the ACOS ult. Coming in Nbpl, wait a second. IG out of nowhere. The Wombo coming through. Are we going to get the stun? We are indeed. ZK stuck in a corner, nowhere to go. Goes down. XXL going to get that Soul Bloom. 1, 2, 3. Not going to connect. Dashing it away. The Justina is going to be able to make it out for the moment. F combo break utilized. 1 HP in a dream. XXL trying to close it out, but will he find it? Yes, he will. And IG with a very effective third party, cleaning up 4 kills for themselves very early on.
I mean, that ACOS Cage Viper v1 combo is so brutal for these teams to have to deal with, especially if you're not ready and anticipating it, especially if you're grouped around a body as well, to be able to pick clean some of those resources. As TE, they're playing very slow at the moment. They're all the way down in Shipwreck. At the moment, no team around them on the mini-map, as we can see just ringing the bell, trying to scout out if they are indeed alone, before we head over and have a look at WBG, who are also in quite an isolated position, which is surprising given the fact that they're dead center of the map currently. Celestia has no one, which means we're going to be swapping position yet again to SS1. And what's really surprising me here, Don, we've gone for 3 different team POVs, and they're all isolated.
Perhaps this is perhaps the first battle royale game is just where everyone just goes crazy, just gets very aggressive, and then the next one we get a little bit spicy and a little bit active off spawn. Then once that's over, it's time to loot up and just chill a little bit until the Realm of Yang pops up, because there's doesn't seem to be anybody fighting right now. IG leading the charge with 4 kills. TE take down 5-1, I believe it was, in Shipwreck, in Wreckage Plains. SR get their 3, taking down SS1. SS1 have 1 kill. WBG have 1. XKG have 1. But other than that, it's all very calm. Although SS1 are very close to XKG right there.
Oh, here we go.
It's isolated. Here's the action. There we go.
IG run into WBG, instantly coming off with that ACOS Cage lockdown, but they're going to be scampering out of committing to that fight, as Moonbane will be slamming directly on top of it. XXL almost walks directly into that off of the charged R&B wind up from those nunchucks. As off of using that Moonbane, WBG were able to flip the fight into their favor. Jiang does get parried into the riposte, 1-hit damage slamming on through from those nunnies, but they do have player advantage. The problem for them is that it came at the cost of the Moonbane, which has literally been a signal flare into the sky that there's player presence here, so everyone's showing up for the third party just the way we saw previously. NY7's going to dodge the Viper V1 connection by iframing through with the activation of the Eno V1, and now XXL is going to get taken down.
Unfortunate, to say the least. XXL He tried his best, popped the Viper ult, but it was not to be. He was gonna go down regardless. 1 versus 3, no stun, get out of it. Then NY7 very happy to take that kill. And we got a little Firefly for them as well. And WBG, not only did they have that Moonbane that they just used, they have another one. They have 2, Moxie.
That's insane. Oh, they are using
Bait them.
Onto SS.
Airstrike inbound.
SR. Yeah, they had one of their players go forward and bait SR's position and then try to drop the Moonbane onto them before they could disengage.
And the Tessa ultimate coming through as well, catching Rico. Able to get a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, not going to be able to hold them in place as Tumult ultimate doesn't seem to be online for them. And SR just going to make it out. Wait, no, Firefly. No, yeah, Jin gets a Firefly. So does LV. But SR make it over to those Fireflies. Okay, they got Fireflies too. Okay, back up. Go Yang, boys, go Yang.
That's crazy. I mean, no one got hit on the side of SR by the Tessa ult. That would have been the sort of nail in the coffin of having to decide all in the fight or bail out, sacrifice one player for the greater good of the team and look to recover afterwards. As like you said, the decision is made instead. Both teams got the ult reset off of the Fireflies being picked up with the greater spawns on time of day, and now it's posturing up for the Realm of Yang. It looks like TE and SR, are they going to play nice or are we faking it to be able to come on through? TXA getting into position, throwing out that Eno F to make sure that he's one of the first on the scene through the portal, and his team can follow through behind him. They cinch up that spot, and they'll be going up against Wolves on the other side as we get the Eno matchup into the Shenhuan Justina Yushan. TXA still holding onto this ultimate, goes to this guy looking for the drop down with the RMB from that pole sword, landing onto the heads of someone unsuspecting. Now we get the Inner ultimate coming on through and putting up all of the pressure on this Justina and having to worry about the Yushan Terracotta Warrior as well. They've already been able to take down one of Wolves' players, and it is going to be now just this turning the attention after that Yushan ultimate has ended.
I couldn't help myself from laughing. I just looked to the left and saw XCM just breaking out into maniacal laughter, just going and look at him, he's just having a great time.
Oh wow, yeah, he actually is. My goodness.
He's just laughing his butt off right there. He's just like but yeah, anyway, moving on. Someone who's not having a good time is SS1 up against SR. SR able to close out their fight very quickly right there, taking down 2 in a single sweep basically, and coming away with the win against SS1. TE doing TE things, keeping the last member of Wolves alive until the very last second, delaying their buff pickup. They can extend the effective duration, and there you have it there. ZK does go down, and TE, once again, big brain. It's not BM, it's calculated. WBG on the outside, having not had the chance to go into the realm of Yang, unfortunately, instead went over to the Spirit Well, picked up Draco Storm. Draco Storm once again on this Spirit Well timing. TXJ getting that buff right there.
Oh,
and a bounty from
onto
XKG.
TE.
Onto TE.
It's the 2 Vermilion Birdsmite teams. It's the Realm of Yang winners. They bountied. Wolves are also in ghost form as well, currently haunting XKG's footsteps. So they'll be able to scout out that there's a team, potentially wait for those fights to begin, and then look for that third-party situation, as SS1 are doing very similar things currently. TXJ ringing bell, trying to read out if there's any player close by. and wanting to try and find a team when they still have this Vermilion Bird's Might active, and at the start of it too. You don't really want to start a fight when you're 40 seconds remaining on that buff, as it looks like everybody is about to invite themselves into the party, which will be the bash between TE and XKG. SR looking for IG. IG not in a great position loot-wise. Very much outpaced by SR, who are all on purple armor. But IG, that might have to just commit to this fight. Rico does get hit. NY7 also getting hit by the silence from that Viper, so can't use the ultimate to be able to iframe the Viper V1. Has to look for a tree to rewrite the line of sight instead. Meanwhile, Zhao's been called in on hardy duty to be able to occupy IG's players. Clear XXL out of the fight and set up for the charged RMB whipsword follow through off of the stagger when the hardy blasts past that Viper on connection. NY7 now out on the field as well on the Thunderlord state with the Eno V1, able to find the damage and set up the elimination for the rest of his team.
Big fumble from IG, unfortunately. The hardy not getting caught in the cage, extremely detrimental right there. They got the silence onto the Eno, but just not able to get the hardy into the cage, meaning that they can't stop the zipping from cubing out. Very unfortunate for them. They haven't fully died just yet, but they are in a weakened state, certainly. And now heading on over to a absolute... Just what is going on? Just a slugfest between so many teams. We've got Wolves, 5-2-1, TE, all of them piling into this fight. TXJ throwing out the F2, trying to maneuver around Pampi in that Tianhai Vajra state. 5-2-1 have managed to cleanse one of their teammates. Oh, two of their teammates. Sorry, Pampi. Oh my goodness! No! He comes out of the ult with white armor, just immediately gets decimated. And now 5-2-1, missing a member. It's looking pretty rough for them. I think that's them fully eliminated, unfortunately. 5-1. They cleanse too, but it doesn't matter. They go down regardless.
TE and S are also able to time getting eliminated, or well, dying, actually, because they had Vermilion Bird's Might. 10 seconds. The last player on TE's team is alive with 10 seconds left on that buff. As we can have a look at this replay. XKG, 2-tick on that Justina with the V1. Managing to set up the dash, but not able to complete the charged RMB because of the Furin shove. Just pushing that Justina out of position from being able to complete the follow-up. 5-2-1's Pampi as well on that Tianhai, already in the ultimate state, making it really, really hard for XKG to be able to commit through past that Vajra, having to come out with the cannon pressure instead with Flames Ref Rupture Gale as well. Tianhai ultimate's done, 2-ticks charging up the Scale Rush, looking to set up the 1-2 jump LMB from that spear onto Fat Milk, who has fallen. Justina has to use the combo breaker, gets hit by those nunchucks coming on through from Pampi into the grapple extension attempt, though it is clanked against. And now 2-tick turns his attention instead to swapping onto the cannon and trying to keep on top of 5-2-1's Akame, who is so low, gets hit by one of those flames breath through the pillar with the AoE splash, and XKG have turned the fight entirely on its head. Oh, the Dragon Slayers into Nezas, and that is them walking away with a Realm of Yang win, but can they find the second against SR that they match up now?
Yeah, this is gonna be a big one. 2-tick eats a bit of damage on the way in, forced to use combo breaker, and then eats a big RMB release from the whipsword. NY7 dropping in. Wait a second! Oh my goodness! He jumped in and immediately has to jump away, getting frozen. Big damage coming out from the pulse sword off of that freeze with the flying knives in tow. And now, oh, he's back for more, but wait a second, he's got teammates. Rico getting the whip sword release once again into a parry. NY7 now coming out of that ult state, using the cube to disengage. 2-tick stone forming that scale rush attempt. Rico getting caught on the dodge out. Zhao trying to find a way in. ZXL very low HP right now. 2-tick just trying his best to do anything he can, create an advantage for them. ZXL fully kiting away trying his best to stay alive, but oh no, 2Tick gets parried, and now SR have 2 gold pole swords. Oh my goodness, and SR, it looks like cleanup duty. There you have it. XKG fall to the hands of SR.
That's painful. That's real painful. Like, if you lose the fight in Realm of Yang, at least you keep your loot unless it gets parried out of your hands. And like you said, that's exactly what ended up happening. That Justina got parried, lost the legendary pole sword, had to use the combo breaker, and then instantly comes out of blink state into charged R&B release from Whipsword. Again, as Rico was doing such good work being able to peel his players. TE, by the way, got their Realm of Yang win, but for free. No one else stepped up to the plate to challenge them. So we only have one team with Yang depletion as well, which is not going to be a good position for XKG to find themselves in, since that means that no one else is going to be looking for a fight.
Yep, it's just them. Not good, unfortunately, for XKG. They do have 6 kills, but they don't want to go out just yet. They definitely want to try and get some more. 6 is all right, but it's not what they want. It's not the max win for them right here. TE and Wolves looks as though they have no interest in fighting each other at the moment.
Oh, unfortunate news. Because XKG were in soul form. Like, they're here on the mini-map, they're wanting to see if there's actually going to be a fight kick off, or if they have to be the one to start it. Because, like, everyone is here, but I feel like if you make the first play and you overextend your aggression, you're just painting a huge target on your back.
Yeah, I think after the previous game as well, where yeah, some of the teams were a little bit, you know, they got a bit too big for their britches, so to speak. They got caught slacking. It was pretty rough, so they don't want to make the same mistake again. SR happy to just, hey guys, you know, yeah, let's not make ourselves vulnerable. You guys do you. We're just gonna, you know, follow. We're just gonna chill. XKG, the desperation starting to kick in. 16 seconds on the clock for that res timer, and they're forced to send it. They see SS1 close by, but don't immediately engage. Ooh, another gold pot. Wait, did they get it parried back?
There's no way.
I think 2Tick got it parried, got it stolen, and then it got picked up, or then it got parried again.
It got parried again, or potentially got picked up, yeah.
Or it's the other one, because there was 2. You know, just swapping pole swords. The old one looks cool. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Yeah, XKG, it's rough. It's rough out here for them. 2 minutes.
Are there any bounties left? Like, ideally, you would kite and try and find a bounty scroll, because at least it's going to be able to pinpoint one team's position, but I'm surprised they didn't full send it on SS1.
Yeah.
To be honest, like, I'm very surprised, because now, like, you split off. You're having to go for scouting. You're separated away from one of your teammates. When they rest, they had 2 minutes left on their time. So by the time they actually start taking this fight, they're going to be down to about a minute. In fact, yeah, there we go. Thank you, observers. 1 minute 30. So SS1 knows that it is coming. Mian's already in position with that Viper V1 to look for a potential drop down. They're playing on Forbidden Seal too, which is going to be absolutely horrible if XKG lose their ultimates. Mian's getting hit though, was currently caught in the silence, so not able to get outside of that one or use his ult, because yeah, Forbidden Seal has been popped. No one's able to use that ult, which means that Fu loses that Syra V2 access. Mian kites outside of the Forbidden Idol, will be able to come through with the V1 for the damage reduction, but it's too low to be able to survive the attention turned his way, and XKG might have been able to do it. Unfortunately for them, using Forbidden Seal showed that there was a fight going, and everyone has now gravitated to the area. SR is here for the cleanup, and XKG might have been able to recover from the Yang depletion, but I don't think they're going to be able to recover that overall game. 2Tick gets hit by the Tessa charm, has to use one of those Justina dashes. That's not going to be able to prevent him from being charmed or being taken down. It's just a matter of who's able to come through with the kill credit.
He put his team on his back. He got the extra kill. You know, he got 2. It just wasn't enough, unfortunately. Everybody turned up. They saw the Forbidden Seal, as he said. It's another dinner bell. Ding, ding, ding. And we're fighting, guys. And yeah, everyone in the vicinity immediately gravitating over to it, looking to take advantage. Find a cheeky little Justina who has no alt dashes left and take full advantage of it. Now TE looks as though they have TXJ has his teammates on the Yang Spirit Well. There you have it. Pops his ultimate and then has another one in the back pocket ready to go as soon as this one expires. And TXJ trying his very best to stay on top of PP. Sees that it's the Wu Chen, wants to try and focus him down. No teleporting away for you. Get back here, buddy. LV eating a lot of damage though. Wait a second. The bait and switch.
I mean, they still get the kill credit.
Wait.
Oh no, they're teleported onto wolves. Oh, no. They teleported onto wolves. SR, in the meantime, are happily capping flag. No one's looking that way. They were able to sneak off, cleansing the Yang depletion without being forced into using ults or taking a fight with everyone else's hand being forced. Like, wolves have 2 players with Yang depletion, WBG down to just 1. They're going to have to make a play too. SS1 also in a similar position, only the Syra remaining, as wolves have already been able to force out the Temi ultimate on the side of WBG. They've got time to. They're just gonna wait out the V1's duration and then put the pressure onto Jiang, who it looks like he's just sort of accepted his fate.
Can I get out of here? Leave me alone. Poor guy. I think he might be cooked. He might go down to the storm, but perhaps he somehow makes it in. But even if he does, no way of rezzing. I don't think. I think we saw some rebirth charms get purchased, but yeah, there it is.
He's gone.
He goes down.
The problem as well is that, like, he went down so far out from where the storm rotated that SS1's Vu, I don't think gets the opportunity to go find the body and the bloom.
No, I think he did buy 2 reses though. He has them, but he just hasn't had a chance to go.
Can he pull it off?
Res his teammates, yeah.
Because, like,
where
do you want to even risk it? Because, like, what are the chances of you being able to get your teammates back in, they'll res with literally great armor, and then you're potentially just funneling kills to a team who's already super stacked?
Yeah.
The fact that TE just went right past SS1's Vu in that purple bush without checking it as well is absolutely wild. As SR went and used Ballista Tower as a cover to prevent teams from trying to all in them. Wolves' ZK unfortunately goes down now. SS1's Vu, oh wait, that's the play that they're doing. They're going into the storm.
Oh.
So they lost 1 person to the storm so that they could get the res off, and then they do the armor switcheroo. And now they get to revive the person who went out to the storm, and boom, whole team's back.
Wait, was it? Wait, I'm not sure. Was I wrong in saying that SS1 bought the rebirths? No, he did.
He's got
okay,
2. He's doing the same.
He's got a. Okay,
yeah, Luya's back, but wolves. Oh, wolves spotted it. This is huge for wolves too, because now they'll be able to, like, fully recover their game and jump onto SS1 when SS1 are down to half HP because they had to rotate through the zone, which is just going to ignore the grey armor health, which will pop in a matter of about 3 seconds, and then 2 straight hits of a light attack damage coming on through from a purple weapon, and boom, fight 1.
That's rough for SS1. So much work went into getting all his teammates back online, but one of them immediately just going down. The ACOS did survive, but will he be able to do anything moving forwards? We have this Spirit Well coming online once again. SR Wolves, all these players looking in, trying to get priority on this capture. NY7 dropping in, immediately forced out, using that cube. TE sitting on the outside. TXJ still got his ultimate. All 3 of them with gold armor. XEM has used the Hardy ultimate. Don't think cube is in play anymore. Constantly scrapping, trying to find a way in. A lot of progress has been made by somebody. TXJ getting knocked out of the sky.
Oh.
And we get in there. We do have the Enor ultimate ready to go if need be. This is much more of an end game than we had previously.
Yeah, I mean, it's TE and SR though. Like, they're both super stacked. They're both on the same composition. Bubble's going to pop now too, which means that holding your position on the actual Spirit Well becomes much more dangerous since it won't block the range damage. We've got cannon pressure coming on through. We've got the halberds charged R&B. We've got Palm Lightning on the field as well. As TE now make that final play, out comes the Ina ultimate at the same time as a Yushan ultimate comes out on top of the field from the side of Wolves to make sure Flamer comes on through as well. TE still just trying to push these players off with that Ina ultimate, still having some seconds left, wanting to get that last sliver of cap, but it's been going so long, Dunk. It despawns! No one is able to get the buff, which now means that TE are down 2 of their ultimates, relying solely on the zipping to be able to sustain themselves through. Wolves are in a much better position. They actually held on to, I believe, 2 out of 3 of their ultimates that they currently have, and all of the attention now turns on to TE and SR instead.
You know what I'm thinking? How on earth is SS1's ACOS still alive? Everybody's just been looking at the Spirit Well, and Warrior is just going up and down the tree with white armor, just like, don't look at me! Don't look at me! And TXJ is going to fall to the hands of SR Rico here. SR and TE scrapping it out right now. Warrior still untouched somehow.
No,
Dreadful
he
Whale
got
dropping in.
Just there by NY7 and instantly booked it back up the tree.
He's like, get out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. NY7 dropping out of ultimate. He does have that zipping ult ticking away, keeping him topped up. He's going to get a moment to heal. Wolves eating a little bit of pressure. NY7, oh, big damage coming through. TE still have players alive. One Feng running around with that Palm Lightning, a menace to say the least. I believe he also has Phantom Step. NY7 now. Oh, the armor swap, huge! Wait, it's not going to be enough though. Unfortunate. NY7, it was a huge armor swap on a sliver of health, but he goes down regardless to Wolves XN.
Is SS1 going to get second? Is it literally, I mean, Wolves have spotted one thing. They know exactly who this is. XCM tries to drop down with a surprise jabbing held in the back pocket. Wolves, though, they've got the ultimates to be able to survive and react. Out comes the Yushan ultimate for that health reset and starting to carve some of this recovery space away. There we go. SS1 without that tree to be able to keep his position. Does get scouted, does go down. And now it is Wolves' full team against the remains of both TE and SR. XCM's probably going to fall at the hands of the dreadful Whale, and it's just one thong now for the side of TE. Assassin's Lunge and Dreadful Whale. Wow, that is a truly stacked up Soul Jade dagger as we get a big parry coming on through. There's a potential here that SR might be able to bring one of the Wolves players down, but no, the stagger game comes on through. They make sure that the Zip can do absolutely nothing against the wall, and Wolves are able to walk away the winner of our Battle Royale Game 2.
Game 3 for the day in the bag, secured for Wolves. Very nice indeed. It's kind of insane still that Warrior lived that long. He was being very cheeky, you know. He was crouched there. You know, he'd gone to one of the bodies like, ooh, there's an armor here. I'm going to try and heal it. Oh, but wait, no, wait. And then Yushan just puts him in the dirt. Yeah. I mean, good on him for staying alive that long. Unfortunate for the rest of the teams there. TE committing so much to try and secure the Spirit Well, not being able to do so. TXJ goes down, and then it just turns to Chaos SR as well, just they tried their best. But Wolves sitting on the outside, being able to just look in, do as much damage as they could. They had that Flame Breath too, doing constant DPS, keeping everybody at a killable threshold. Very nicely done for Wolves getting on the board. But I think it's going to be reasonably close in terms of points. Obviously, the 4 placement points is going to put Wolves above, as they do come out with the MVP. But still, there were quite a few kills on the other teams. So, points-wise, it's going to be a bit top-heavy, with the top 3 teams, I believe, being relatively close together. But we'll see momentarily. W for the Wolves.
Yeah, much needed as well. Like, honestly, when you compare how some of their round that game went into Realm of Yang, lost Realm of Yang, had to res 2 of their players back up in the second to last zone as well before everyone's attention turns to that Spirit Wall contest. And then they're able to get bailed out, essentially. Like, they clock SS1 doing a very similar strategy and are able to scavenge together 2 eliminations onto SS1's players, recover all of their armor off of those bodies too, since 2 of their players got brought back, which means 0 loot. The fact that we had a Soul Altar just close enough to be able to survive the rotation from the Soul Altar itself into the safety outside of the storm damage before you got taken down, but also far enough away from the rest of the teams already away from that storm damage that it was only SS1 and Wolves who spotted those shenanigans going on was an absolute gift for Wolves to be able to take advantage of, because if that Soul Altar had been just like a little bit more away from where the zone was, they probably don't survive being able to walk from the altar back into the zone and get taken out, and we don't get to see them make that play for the end game.
Yeah, it feels reminiscent of the previous game as well, where Wolves were in a really rough spot, and then they somehow managed to claw their way back in the final moments, rezzing each other, etc. F521 taking advantage of it, SR going down. Wolves, unfortunately, they didn't get all back on their feet, but they did secure second place last game, and didn't give the kill over either, just run into the zone. But it's for it to work out for them here, getting the reses off and then coming out on top is certainly very big for them. Wolves looking pretty good, I have to say. I think it's very competitive today, though, with a lot of teams that you wouldn't really expect to see in the lower bracket. TE being one of them, especially. But yeah, there you have it. I was right. The score's pretty close. Wolves 15 game score, SR on 14, WBG with 11, TE with 11, XKG on 8, and then it certainly drops off with IG and SS1 both being on 5, and then 521 on 3. Very competitive on the top end.
You know what's really surprising as well? Realm of Yang wins haven't meant MVP so far today.
True.
Like, Wolves did not win one Realm of Yang. In fact, they lost it. Remember, they got kited again to just one last person remaining for the longest amount of time. So, like, it's very interesting that we're sort of like moving away from something that honestly was a staple. It was like, if you get a Realm of Yang win, especially second Realm of Yang, to be able to power scale into the end game and make really confident plays for positioning of a Spirit Wall control. But I think, like, Wolves are able to take advantage of just the fact that the Spirit Wall did not get capped by one team. Specifically, that it did not get capped by the Eno composition too, because TE were making a play for it. Like, they were trying. TXJ was doing his absolute utmost to just push people off that last little bit of point cap that TE needed to be able to hit that second cast of Ult Cycle, and they were denied, which just left them so vulnerable when they made a play to all in.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for them. They did get the Yang Spirit Well, got them a few extra, but not able to secure that last one at the end. Too many teams looking in, too many Jades in play, just not able to secure it. Very unfortunate. Very good at disengage this comp, but can't always secure that Spirit Well. Regardless, they are still going to be in that first place on the leaderboard. Wolves going up to second here, onto 28, and SR in third with 27. Now we've got a few highlights from that game. That Spirit Well situation at the end. Look at him, just hopping up and down with the cannon, just sitting on the outside, safely able to repair the cannon as well. He comes in. Oh, no, shoot him. Get him. Oh, get him. The tree. Okay. it's just carnage. And then the dreadful whale as well. huge for them here. ZK able to section off a lot of space, jump in, just sending it without a care in the world. Got the pulse sword in the back pocket as well. The Junhuan tries to give the uppercut. It's armored through by the ult activation, just swinging, chopping them down. Oh, swap it over to the dual halberds, not going to be able to do it. Then we get the dagger back, and we're just gaming, just floating around in the air. Very cinematic indeed. Dreadful whale, where you go? It's so hard to contend with in a small space like this.
Yeah, I mean, especially as well if you don't have a player to be able to look for the parry or the clank against it. As Wolves just have all of the opportunity to stagger out their opponents and none of the concerns since you're taking essentially free versus ones in those cleanups. As it's going to be the Justina who walks away with the MVP coming on through for Game 3. Nai HQ with the Blazing Cyclone as well as Advanced Heal, going to show how exactly he was able to tally up 8.7k points of healing for his team and 9.8 thousand pods of his 12.3k damage coming on through from those dual halberds. So very good, lots of quick follow-up and also a lot of distance. Like the R and B on those halberds put a surprising amount of range to a melee weapon.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of range. It's got a lot of dodge coverage as well. Little tip, dual halberds, they just crush so many of those little neutral dodging situations. You just stand in their face, hold, and just release in the timing between the first and the second charge. Mix it up a little bit and you'll just eviscerate people. Doesn't matter how good they are because it just forces them into really bad situations. But regardless of that, we're going to be going over to a quick interview before our next game of the day, so be sure to check that out and we'll be back shortly afterwards.
好的，亲爱的各位观众朋友，欢迎来到 Nbpl 赛后采访环节，我是主持人张佑新。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. Nbpl host the Yuyu. So today we invite 俊贤 from 小凯 Gaming. Let's say hello to audience. 让我们给观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是茶 K 机的俊贤。
So we know that today's match is very, very important for you guys. So how's you feeling right now? And are you nervous? 那我们也是知道，今天的比赛对于所有在场的选手来说都是非常非常重要的。那么我想问一下俊贤，今天现在的心情如何？紧张吗？
还好，不紧张。
那也是因为就是我们有一些赛前的一些战术布置，让我们没有那么紧张，对吧？
对。
So for me, I think I'm not really nervous because we have a lot of plan before the game. So we think we can win about today's games. 那么 let's move to next part. Answer for treasure. So today's question is, which hero did 俊贤 use in Game 3? A is 月山 B is Justina, C is Hades, D is Takeda. So我也想问一下俊贤，那么今天的这个比赛无疑来说是非常非常高压的对局，那么有没有说一些方法能够帮助到我们去在这种高压对局中去让自己有一个比较平静的一个心态 So today's under like so high pressures, how's you to keep yourself to calm down and focus on the matches?
教练做一些心理上的辅导吧。
有一些心理上的辅导，包括我们的战术布置，也是给了我们非常多的一个经验，能够让我们自己能够在比赛中去平静下来，有一个良好的心态去面对今天的比赛。So for me today, I got a lot of mental support from my coaches and like some game plan from my coaches. So I get a lot of a huge experience from my coach. So I feel like a little bit peace right now. 那么也是让我们一起进入到倒数环节 Let's go to counting right now. 3,
2, 1.
Screenshot. So today's answers is A 胡为。那么也是最后一个问题 ，the last question. Do you think, like any opponent is very strong in today's game? 那么也是想问一下俊贤选手，今天的比赛中有没有觉得说哪一位选手、哪一位对手是非常非常强劲的，能够让你说有一个非常去留意到他的一位选手有吗
？T1吧，T1打得很聪明。
因为他们打得很聪明，然后可能他们的经验相对来说也是会更多一点点。那么 for me, I think T is very strong for like all of players because they play is very smart and they have a lot of experience in the game. 那么今天的采访也是到此结束了，让我们休息一下，稍事回来。Let's take a break and we will come back soon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the just about halfway point for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 2026 spring split of our lower bracket round 2 for trios. And Doug, we said, we were a little bit surprised to see TE finding themselves here. Not surprised to see that performance, though. Taking first place in the martial art versus and then managing to clear the MVP in game 1 before Wolves were able to find a win on our latest one, which means that for some of these teams, there's starting to be quite a gap between the top 4 and the bottom 4, which is not where you want to find yourself.
No, certainly not. Being in that bottom 4 means that you don't get to go to the finals this Sunday. As you said, not good to be down there, and there is a pretty big gap. I think top 2, top 3 even are extremely close. They're all pretty close, but there's a big, there's a big gap between that and 4 and 5. So these teams are going to have to pick it up. I think 5-1, I think, is currently in last place at the moment. They've just had a rough go of it. There was a glimmer of hope in the first Battle Royale game, but then it got taken away from them, unfortunately, in a similar way to how they found it in the first place. But yeah, we'll see if the teams at the bottom are able to ladder up a little bit. I think one thing I noticed for solos, and I think it's similar in trios, but not as concrete of a rule, so to speak. But if you have a good game, it's gonna be a really good one, and if you have a bad game, it's gonna be really rough. That is definitely held true in solos. In trios, however, it's rare that we haven't seen a single team get 0 points yet in a single game. It hasn't happened. Granted, we've only had 2 Battle Royale games, but still, not a single team is getting nothing, meaning that it's not as bad if you have a rough one, but if you're having a really good game, it's still holding true that it's going to be a really, really good one. But there's just more people doing it. Like last game, 2 or 3 teams were all very, very close. So it's just like you just need to be consistent, because we're seeing a lot of these res situations happen where teams are able to somehow come back from the brink, and I think it's almost as if you just don't want to fully send it. You don't want to fully all in, because then there's just not the chance of coming back, which seems to be very, very possible at the moment. Before we would see it happen on occasion back then with the 12 teams, but I don't know, it feels like it's happening more now. Perhaps it's because there's just fewer teams in the area, fewer teams in total, meaning that it's a little bit more space to work with, a little bit, a little bit more room to actually find the way to the shop and get to that res altar to actually get the reses off and then somehow come back in. But I don't know. We'll have to see if some of these teams at the bottom are able to make it happen. Because, if TE is going to stay in form, they're probably going to stay at the top, along with SR and perhaps Wolves. It's going to end up being that 4th place spot being up for grabs.
Yeah, and I mean, that 4th place spot is currently WBG, and they're not uncatchable for some of these teams below the top 4. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders of WBG, and that's some teams do really, really well at being able to channel the pressure. Sometimes though, knowing that there's that much stress on you can sometimes force you to overplay your hand, right? It's okay, we need to do more, so you try to do more, but by trying to do more, you open yourself up to be more vulnerable. You overcommit your ultimates, you might overextend trying to chase down 1 kill, which instead turns out to be a bait. Maybe you don't manage to lock it down within the space of 10 seconds or so you get third-partied, and very, very quickly things can take a turn for the worst, especially in NARAKA, where there's so many different variables with like compositions that you run into, where you're taking the fights as well, benefiting certain compositions, or also sometimes griefing your extensions on combos. We've all had terrain at some point grief an extension where you're like, I should have hit that, but they're just a little bit too elevated, or they go like they drop too low, so they go underneath the catch as we head to our next map, which will be Holoroth. Starry Night is going to be our weather rotation, which means I'm expecting when we see that drop location dunk, a lot of teams close to Salvation Podium to be able to make a play for the left side Fireflies and then grab their hands on that puzzle.
There are a few Firefly spots, certainly. They're a bit spread out, though. Some next to that podium, some just to the west of Plume Castle. We're gonna have a few teams definitely contesting those drops, but as you said, Salvation Podium is a big one. If you manage to secure that landing location, not only do you get those couple of Fireflies perhaps, you get all the loot, but also if you solve the puzzle, you got your hands on a legendary weapon. And in Immortal War, oh wait a second, that was a Yoto hover. Ooh. Wait a minute.
Not locked.
This took
not
me
locked,
out of my train of thought. Yeah. Okay. Nice bait, IG. Nice. Back to what I was saying. Legendary weapon from the Salvation Podium, which is one of the only ways to get legendary loot outside of the realm of Yang or the Spirit Wells and whatnot, because you cannot get legendary kit out of anything and any of those troves at all throughout the entire game.
Wolves? Well, we're not going Viper, Justina, or Akos with Syra? We're going Tianhai Transformers with Takeda Temi. Okay, that's going to throw hero points for an absolute loop when we go to phase 3. I did not expect that. Wait, 521, I'm like, hold on a moment. What's going on? Okay.
Wait a minute.
Justina, Shenhuan, Yushan. Teams are backing off of the Viper Syra composition for phase 2. Interesting. I mean, surely now it's grabbed up by WBG and XKG, right? But that's a Tessa. So are we going back to Wuchen Viper Tessa? Yeah, apparently we are.
Interesting. Okay, so I don't really know. I mean, maybe they just don't see they don't see the vision for it on Holoroth, perhaps. Holoroth is a map that has a lot of open space. So yeah, we see XKG as well going to be locking in that Tumulk, but the Wuchen for WBG, a lot of open space. So like getting the lockdown with a Viper ultimate, unless you're investing the ACOS as well, sometimes just not able to secure it with the open space. But this is strange. We're going
to have 3 Vipers potentially on the field, but no, TE don't go for Viper. TE go for Justina, Shenhuan, Yushan. SR go for Viper, Syra, Akos. The fact that it literally took us until, what, 4th phase? No, 3rd phase. Other than the Enoch composition to see a hero point increase because of the amount of variety that we had on those picks is wild.
And we were saying, sure, it's gonna be the same thing again. Yeah, it'll be standard. And then they just throw us for a loop. It's just the way. It's just the life of a caster. You know, you're just like, oh, let's hope they mix things up. They don't mix anything up. We're gonna expect the same. They mix things up. Guys!
I was like, are you paying attention? Bandraft's about to get weird.
Just getting trolled. But anyway, it's gonna be exciting going into this one. Vipers. There's some Vipers, but just not in the same way we thought we'd see her. Viper, Tessa, Wuchen making a return, certainly interesting. We haven't seen that for a little while. Wuchen and Tess have been paired with ACOS for a little while, and Viper's been only seen alongside, Syra, ACOS, Justina.
Well, I mean, this means the Wuchen teams won't go Realm of Yang, right?
We're playing to Grief.
Playing to potentially Grief or play for Spirit World Cup. I mean, we were talking literally after that last game about the fact that we've seen teams now MVP losing Realm of Yang. So, like, how impactful, how important, like, how necessary is winning that Realm of Yang to convert into endgame now? And the Viper composition, like, we have one with the ACOS coming in through from SR's side, but WBG with that Wu Chen, I think they've seen that, like, there are so many teams looking for that third party and looking to engage onto, even if you're in a really good spot in terms of being able to go into a Realm of Yang, loot up, have the buff. Because of the aggression that Yang depletion forces, you can still get caught out by the other teams around you. So going for the Wu Chen and being able to just portal out of those instances, as opposed to the ACOS, where with the cage, you're literally stuck having to fight in those distances, is going to be safer long term than it is short term.
But I mean, the thing is, the fact that Realm of Yang is, like, you've been saying how it doesn't look like winning Realm of Yang has resulted in just straight up winning everything, and losing Realm of Yang hasn't been the sort of death sentence that we've seen in the past.
For certain teams. For some teams, it absolutely has.
Yeah. I mean, in solos, it's definitely still very like that. You win Yang, it's massive. If you lose Yang, you're cooked, because it's just getting that Soul Bloom is so hard in solos. So trios seems a little bit more feasible in both scenarios. But we'll see how this plays out, how this game unfolds, as we're getting ready to dive in to Game 4, Game 3 of Battle Royale onto Holoroth Starry Night. I'm excited to see how well this Tessa Viper Wuchen comp does, because it feels like a blast from the past, to be honest.
I know, right? And we have Tianhai teams. We're getting Transformers versus Attack on Titan. It really does feel like a blast from the past. As SR and XKG both landed by Salvation Podium. IG also showing up with TE in hot pursuit. Everybody saw the Forbidden Steel get popped. And SR are safe on Salvation Podium. IG, not so much. TE going to be able to find the full 3 players versus 1, but we do have an ultimate on the field coming on out. Onefeng looking for the drop down onto Zen with the drop down charged RMB from that Spears. We get Greatsword! Hey, it's early on. You haven't had the opportunity to go to a dealer's and swap it over to the Pole Sword, but TXJ will finally be able to pick up that elimination onto Zen, and now it's just the stagger lockdown against the rest of the players. Pick up the second, now clean up your third, all while just utilizing your F abilities and building up the rage to have your ultimates when you get potentially all-inned by another team who are able to grab Fireflies.
And TE in TE fashion, coming away with 3 kills right off the start. Now heading over to SS1 and 521. 521 have their ultimates. Seems like a somewhat even fight. Hardy Q gets used. And wait a second, Fu goes down. Fat Milk claiming the elimination. They're 3-man strong. They can definitely make this work. Jump parry doesn't connect. Mian's going to go through. Combo break gets used by Pampy. SS1 trying to chase him down, but not able to get over there before Pamp heals on up. Pampy trying to find another way in. The Yushan ultimate is in play from Fat Milk, and it looks as though SS1 cannot bring this one back. And 5-1 getting on the board. 3 kills to their name, up from last place into 7th. SS1 dropping down now. They're on even points as well with the IG. This could be the game for 5-1 that brings them closer to that top 4 contention and qualifying into the finals this Sunday. But Zhao, ooh.
Greatsword.
Oh, greatsword.
But how long will it remain a gold greatsword? As Zhao is likely going to be hoofing it to a dealer's to try and buy a crafting hammer and change that one to a pole sword. As we get to see what exactly TE have been up to since rotating on top of IG. Looks like they're just scouting up to see if they can find some loot. Maybe pick up a couple more players to the northern areas of the map. As XKG is going to be heading out towards Matab. We do know that there were 2 teams that dropped close to here. Just going through all of those altars, utilizing the emotes to be able to get access to the drops with the jump cancel so you don't get stuck in the animation fully playing on out. As WBG also looting up, it is the Viper Tessa and Wu Chen composition. So wanting ideally to third party or lock some of these players down, but very much not wanting to be able to come on through into those Realm of Yangs, as we can see what exactly WBG were up to. Coming on through with the drop down, Viper V1 finding a huge amount of stun, managing to have the connections, but just no follow-up damage because of Temi ultimate in play.
Unfortunate. Absolute decimation from the other team right there. Able to just dispatch them very quickly, very efficiently. And now we've got a fight on our hands. TE up against Wolves. One Feng trying to find a way in with that F1. Justina ultimate immediately getting utilized, as well as the Junhuan Li. And now TXJ is going to be popping ult too. We've got the triple ult coming through from TE. Very aggressive. NHQ still hasn't utilized that Takeda ultimate just yet. Trying to save it. XN's Tumulk ultimate does expire. Wait a second. XEM gets grabbed. The Junhuan sniping. Boom. ZK gets knocked back a little bit, but not taking any significant damage. XN is on the run, trying to disengage. ZK coming in for the peel. One Feng is going to get a lot of damage sent his way, or at least the Furin Blast. Wait a second. The flanking Dragon Slayer and Wolves just pop in the blink of an eye.
Oh, that's huge. I think SR, though, might be the ones to win out this fight overall, because here they come with the third party. Aker's Cage to open up with the V2, into the follow-up with those flying knives, and yeah, SR just cleaning house. They came into a fight that was literally just about to be over, and managed to sweep up those eliminations once the ultimates are gone. XEM's trying to run away, but NY7's been able to scout out where exactly he's ended up. Swapped to the bow, but Bell's already been rung, so he won't be able to make a play off of that one to gain the intel. And XKG looks, at least from the mini-map, like they were able to win out that fight. Yet 3 kills to the name of Shen Huan, and that means that they have Matab all to themselves.
Always a very nice little turn of events for a team in trios. And interesting, with only 8 teams in the lobby, this can happen like a little bit more often than it used to. You know, before there were more teams on the field, so there were fewer chances of just rocking up to a high tier loot zone or a big city like Plumed or Metab and finding it unlooted. But that's certainly massive for XKG. All of them on purple armor, all looking very scaled up and ready to go into the realms of Yang. And speaking of, we have them spawning in very soon. There you have it, XKG getting ready to go. They are a scaling composition, so it makes sense that they prioritize making sure that they get as much loot as they can. Tianhai and Takeda both scaling a lot from armor rarity for Tianhai, weapons across the board for the entire team. And look at this, very efficient, swapping the tuner around so everybody can get a hit of that and just have that passive armor healing. Love to see them in max, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, they have to. They're going up against a zip composition. Sustain is going to be the name of the game, as XKG's already actually burned out this Tianhai ultimate. Ult's on the field as well on the other side. Takeda Furin shoves too. Just trying to clean up some of these spaces, look for those stagger knockdowns to allow a grab. But so far, ZXL, whole ult duration, no one picked up. now is going to come under a lot of pressure with that later lasting Hattie ultimate, but that's why Shen Huan was holding his Temi ult to try and interfere. Cube comes into play. XXL's able to just kite outside of the Temi's reach, and it looks like we're going to have that reset. Ultimates are done. Back into the neutral we go with all players having their full team available. ZXL, oh, great side parry coming out onto IG's hand. That's a huge opportunity for this team to try to turn that tide of the fight and find an elimination. IG's Zan is going to go down, and Han, unfortunately, having to heal up behind a pillar now leaves XXL alone and isolated. Into the 2v1 we go. Both players do get hit by the uppercut. ZXL is able to dodge out of it, though, with the combo breaker coming on from the Tianhai F1. Does mean that he doesn't have it to be able to recover the parry, and XXL, he might lose the fight, but at least he took one person down with him.
That was for honor, for pride right there. Hitting both of them with Sky Punch and then actually taking one down with him. That's a win in his books for sure. But moving on, outside the realm of Yang, we have WBG LV getting feeded by Zhao, committing the ACOS ultimate just barely. Oh, wait, no!
No! I mean, he still got MY7.
Oh, wait, no!
But that was the, no, that was the Tessa ult.
That was the Tessa ult. Oh,
no. The pillar, like, actually fully blocks every one of the Viper's V1's done. That's brutal.
Oh no, that's rough. With the drop down from the top of the tower and just gets nothing. Oh no, that's rough. Oh, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it. Anyway,
no one saw. No one saw.
Yeah, no one saw. Close your eyes, guys. Close your eyes. Don't want to see. Don't want to see. But now we got SS1 and SR scrapping it out. SR with Vermilion Burst Might. Again, another Viper ult whiffing. Oh my goodness. This is not going well for the Vipers today. There's only two of them here, but it's just, yeah. I mean, maybe that's why we get picked phase 2 XD. But regardless, moving on, we're going in. And SS1 manages to cleanse one of their teammates. Fu is going to be cleansed first. Mian still in that Thunderlord state. Finds NY7 combo. Not going to get the Lightning Kebab, unfortunately, but we're going to get the combo. Does he have it? Oh, no, the pillar. Ah! F2 gets used. Buffered through. Release. Jump on a B. Nice hold timing. Catches him on the cross. Beautifully done. Mian's been in the zero band for sure.
Yeah, I think someone's going to take a sledgehammer to these pillars in the top soon, as Rico is going to burn down now. Does have that Vermilion Birds Might, will be able to recover with the rest of the team. Same cannot be said, though, for IG if they lose the fight, but they're winning the fight against 521, who actually had 20 seconds left on their Vermilion Birds Might. So IG correctly identify the team with the buff, wait for that Vermilion Birds Might to be towards the tail end, and jump on the team, understanding that they will not want to last the fight out in case they start losing players once the buff has expired. As we can have a look at a bird's eye POV now coming in through from Akame on the Shenhuan Li, playing on that pillar, looking for the scale rush. Everyone scattering the moment they see the transformations coming on through from the other side, as Akame continues hounding the pressure down onto the zip. SS1's Fu, no cube to be able to escape the pressure, gets picked apart off of the team, but now Akame, out of his ultimate, is vulnerable. He gets hit into with the charged RMB into the Thundermark execution coming on through from that Ina ultimate, but his team are still able to hold the line on the front line, and they'll be able to win out.
Hey, 5-2-1 are gaming right now, Moxie. But I don't want to jinx them, so I'm not going to say anything else. Actually, they're doing well though. 8 kills to their name, looking solid. Can they keep it up? And taking a look at the map now, seeing all these teams rotating around. We have the Yangs, the Yangs spawning in, and the Spirit Well with White Tiger's prowess also in the south, right next to the Yang portal. Players all rotating over, and it looks as though Metab is going to be very central for this zone close, meaning a lot of verticality. So perhaps NY7 going to be able to redeem himself with the Viper ultimates, get some drop downs. Perhaps it's not worked so far, but there's time left in the game to get some of these drop downs in. It's always one of the big advantages for Viper. If the zone closes somewhere where there's a lot of verticality, like the northwestern area on Morris Isle with a lot of trees in play, Metab having so many levels to it. I mean, it's not as good in Metab because there's lots of pillars, as we saw before, and lots of little avenues of escape, but it still provides the possibility of a big drop down. Regardless, we are going into the realm of Yang, and XKG once again are going to be making their way in, going up against IG on the Enor Hardy zipping composition.
Yeah, trading that tuna yet again before the gates open. Wow, that's a very early Tianhai transformation coming on the side of XKG. Does anyone get pushed outside of being able to hide behind the pillar? Jump into stomp, into grab from one. Can he complete the second? No, just goes for the slam. Now with the Furin shoves from 2-tick as well to be able to connect onto the zip mid-air. As ZXL is about to lose his ultimate. So far, no eliminations. Yet again, XKG trying to take cover, cutting off a lot of this base with the Temi ultimate. Now that the Enor ult has already been seen through. Hardy ult is still on the field, so XKG will continue to hide themselves into that Temi V1, swapping over to the cannon pressure to just bunker up and continue applying that damage as we get, oh my goodness, charged RMB Whipsword and Staff at the same time, so you can't dodge out of both.
And look at this, Moxie. Oh my goodness. TE are a man down in the face of 5-2-1 at the moment in their realm of Yang fight. Wanfeng and TXJ trying to salvage the situation. Pampy threatening that staff release right here. He might have the jabbing, but we'll never know. And TE go down to 5-2-1. They're gaming right now. I've sort of spoken it into existence at the beginning of the game. I said this could be the game.
You know what's wild too? One of them had blue armor in that fight.
Oh my goodness.
One had blue armor. The moment that they get the win, instantly swaps to purple. Huge win coming out of the side of 5-2-1, but I mean, they do like to zero ban TE fairly frequently. As not surprising to get to see them come out with that win in the free versus free state. SR also going to be able to get their hands on a Spirit Well, as it will be now them occupying that high ground push, just scouting out the players around them with the White Tiger's prowess. SS1, do they have Yang depletion? Is their hand going to be forced? I mean, TE with Yang depletion is a truly terrifying prospect to have to face down that this lobby is going to have to deal with, as they might be able to run into IG, the other team who's going to have Yang depletion. But no, they're spawning somewhere else entirely. But TE, they're still... Are they ghost form? Or have they rezzed? Yeah, they are still ghost form. So they don't actually know that IG is currently behind them. I do not believe.
No, I think they do. And they sort of baited IG into respawning there. And they're like, yo, come with us. We're going to go have a 3v3 over there. I think that's what's happening.
They're pulling them further away from the rest of the team so it doesn't get third-partied. Well, unfortunately for them, I don't think that's happened. Also, how did 5-2-1 get 2 merciless havocs? Where's TE? They're still in ghost form.
TE hasn't res yet. What's going on, guys? We're gonna run out of time soon. Might want to res.
Okay, well, IG at least is close enough to be on the mini-map, but we also know that 5-2-1 are in the area with Mystic Might, and they might have actually followed IG to be able to third party into this fight.
They cut it so close right there. Because if you activate the res from Soul Form with less than a few seconds left, and the timer runs out before you actually appear, you die.
You're dead.
It's just dead. So they cut it close. They know the timing. That's the calculated. Yeah, not even close. But oh my goodness, IG. They were full HP a couple seconds ago, and all of a sudden Zen has lost all of his armor, and so is XXL. All three of them are now forced to use their ultimates to try and stay alive in the face of TE, who are fully sending it, pulling the trigger on this, and Zed is running into the zone, desperately trying to disengage, but XEM.
Dunk the third party.
Oh no.
5-2-1's here. Oh no. I think both teams might actually go out of the lobby. Like 5-2-1's just gatekeeping. They're not coming into the zone. They're gonna let TE fight it out and get the soul blooms, and then they'll jump on them the moment that they're out of it.
Oi, oi, oi. We get the cleanse on 2. TE still have to eliminate XXL, who's not making it easy for them, but there you have it. The parry comes through. And TE fully cleanse. But as you said before, a 5-2-1 gonna gatekeep them. XEM's just like mouth the jar, just like, huh? Okay,
Can they pass the stealth check? Like 5-2-1's not on the minimap, at least currently.
No way. Oh, wait, I see something in the distance. It's very far away. Though.
I think that they're safe. They're safe. Everyone else is fighting. 5-2-1's facing off against XKG currently at the moment, as we talked about it. 5-2-1 double merciless havoc. So this is actually granting TE the opportunity to recover, as we get Universe Slash actually is going to be shown on the side of XKG. So everyone has legendary Soul Jades, and they're all just using it to try and buy a little bit of space before that Spirit Well pops on up, which is the reason why TE are able to get out and recover and actually now show up. There they are. Surely someone can test XKG, right? I know it's a Tianhai, but it seems like everyone's just decided to make the decision of let them have the buff and don't be the closest team. When you outrun a bear, you don't have to outrun the bear, you just have to outrun the person who's behind you. And who is XKG going to run onto first? It looks like WBG were left behind by the rest of the lobby.
And Wolves are looking like a blueberry snack right now because they all got blue armor, and this, oh my goodness, committing everything just to try and stay on their feet. It's looking rough for Wolves. They're the first, they got the flag with triple blue armor. You gotta respect it. I'm not gonna. That's respectable.
I mean, they're just gonna run into TE though. Like, TE's going to try to lock them down. ZK is gonna use the Tianhai activation to frame for jump! Use your elevated jumps just to hold the flag. Unfortunately, unlike the Spirit Well, the flag alter to hold that space for 10 seconds safely does not stop range damage. So that Tianhai is getting absolutely melted. That being said, Wolves were able to hold it long enough with the Tianhai ultimate and got the cleanse. And now they make off like bandits. Like, they just have to disappear. No one will know where they've gone, and everyone else still has Yang depletion, so you can't overextend trying to chase them down because everyone else will turn onto you instead.
Yeah, I think Wolves is also hugging the zone right there, going into the sort of corridor in the bottom of Metab. Follow us. You might die to zone. We're just going to take you down with us if you do. But it looks as though that plan might have gone awry as NHQ goes down without ulting. XN is down for the count, and now ZK is getting fiended by TE's Wanfeng. The half charge to finish it off. There you have it. And TE are able to cleanse one? Only one, it seems. The rest of the blues went over to somebody else, or have not been picked up yet in the zone.
Yeah, I think the zone...
The Moonbane, Moxie.
Yeah, this is a brutal Moonbane. And we don't really... Outside of XKG, every team still has Yang depletion. So, SR are going to show jabbing. posturing closer up to TE, who are going to have to be very careful that they don't get caught out by one of those Soul Jades when they're least expecting it. WBG is carving up a spot on the high ground. 521 on the outside is going to be trying to pressure WBG into running into TE and then potentially third partying. And SR running on the low ground currently, not wanting to commit anyone too close to the side of TE because the Moonbane's going to end not before XEM gets hit by one, loses almost all of his purple armor. No way. If he grappled in to a second Moonbane hit, that would have been insane, but there's opportunity now. SR had one player out of the mix and TE decided to go aggressive. Out comes the Aegis Cage. Yushan ultimate is going to get chained in place, so TXJ loses so much uptime. Once having to break out of the chain, and then twice into the Tessa Charm, and then a third time into the Justina Freeze. There's so much CEC. He has no chance. That's hands off the keyboard. You could do nothing.
Oh my god, he had a fun and interactive experience, ladies and gentlemen. TXJ, doesn't matter if you're the GOAT, you don't get to play in the face of all of this crowd control. There you have it. And now WBG scrapping, trying their best to find a bloom, trying their hardest. Can they find anything? It doesn't look like they will. Jiang just gets kicked in the face. XKG triple gold armor running the show alongside 521, and this might just go down to a 3v3. No, wait a second. SS1 have managed to cleanse too. So got no 521. Wait a second. 521 lost 2 players somehow.
Yes.
I don't know what happened. Well, I mean, there was a lot going on. That was an absolute mess of a fight. But XKG have come out on top, 3-man strong. We've got 2 members alive on TE somehow. 2 members on SS1, 1 on 521, and XKG are 3-man strong. We've got 8 players alive in total, but this may change very soon as XEM is under pressure, trying to disengage, forced to pop the Justina ultimate. Everybody else in the lobby hiding behind the tiniest tree in the middle of the desert. Guys, hide! Guys, don't fight each other. Just hide. It's fine. We'll just wait it out. Okay. It's go time now. It's go time, guys. XKG's ult's over. No Tamok ult either, but Tutik is still held on to that demon form on the Takeda. He's got the dual halberds. The lawnmower is ready to go. I'm not sure if he's got cavalry bloom, but he's got the universe slash, and he can certainly eviscerate anybody once he pops that ultimate if he catches them with that Furin blast. But for the moment, they're playing it slow. They know they've lost 2 ults, and the rest of the lobby is just happy to just stay alive for the moment.
Oh, XKG losing a lot of armor on that Tammy too. Throwing out the Wisp, trying to see if they can find a catch. As Mian is unfortunately coming under a lot of pressure. Good peel from Luye. Tried to cover his teammate with the charged RMB from the Whip Sword. Also giving the armor swap over too so that he can survive. As trying to run away from XKG does push them into SS1's territory. And now the cannon shots come out. Everyone trying to recharge those ultimates. If ZXL gets another ult up when the zone moves away from that tree, the open space is going to favor this Transformers team so easily. He's going to be able to look for those grabs. Oh, Universe Slash actually gets parried. Tutik not out of the distance of losing the weapon. Out comes that Takeda ultimate though. Furin shoves, pushing TE's players into taking all of that zone damage. And in the meantime, XKG doesn't get to hold Sanctuary within the confines of their own Temi ultimate. Great parry coming on through from Tutik as well, just continuing to apply this pressure. Last Furin shove is going to be used potentially now as no Tianhai ultimate necessary. It's just a matter of cleanup right now. Oh, there's the Tianhai ult. As there is 2 players currently still up. This one's Luye up in the sky on that Hattie, trying to use those triple charges. Tree still in play as well. Zone has not moved away from it. So he's going to be using that as well as the rock to try to avoid line of sight coming on through from that Vajra state until ZXL has transformed. Akami is able to go all the way up aerial to stay above the Tianhai on the forehead, so he's in the blind spot of those grabs. And now that the Transformer ultimate's ended, they can potentially make a move. Sean Yuan swapped over to the flying knives as well, having that verticality tracking to be able to keep up the pressure on the players up in the air. Takes one down, and it's now a 1 versus 3. Hardy already forced into using the combo breaker, loses all of his stamina to getting stuck inside the Temi ultimate, and XKG walk away with the win. Tianhai Takeda Temi on top on Holoroth.
That was pretty good for XKG. That was pretty good. I don't know what happened to 5-2-1. I think that this might be their weak point because they were cooking. They were winning the fights. They got the kills, but then in the end game situation, they somehow fumbled. Something went wrong, and they fell apart. But good job for that last remaining member to stay alive and secure that 3rd place finish for them, as it's gonna be nice considering how many points they already had from kills. I think they had 14 or so. SS1 securing that 2nd place finish, definitely a W. TE, unfortunately, they just got fiended. I saw a really nice interaction happen there where they used the Justina F, they put it down, and then they were standing literally right on top of each other. Person behind parries the universe slash. It was a very nice little sequence, but unfortunately at that point the combo breaks down. Just press ult for Takeda and they can't do anything, and they just get knocked into the zone. But hey, the Titans can be felled, ladies and gentlemen, as TE, looking monstrous so far, have fallen. They haven't fallen out of 1st place, I don't think, but they don't secure the win there. They don't secure the max win. Instead, XKG coming out on top. Very nicely done for them, because now a little bit more comfy in that top 4, which is where you want to be by the end of the day. 5-1 as well, going up from last place to, I believe, 5th, closing the gap significantly, and we've still got 2 games left on the docket, Longsy.
Yeah, WBG, they're going to be feeling the pressure. For sure, they're going to be feeling the pressure when they're looking at that scoreboard. SS1 as well, they did good. That round 2 didn't start off the greatest. 5-2-1 started off by being able to win the hot drop fight against them and instantly pick up 3 eliminations to overtake that position. But SS1 clawed it back when we went in towards those end games. So WBG, you've got 2 teams hot on your heels currently. You are not out of the danger of potentially dropping into the bottom 4 just yet, as our answer for treasure for game 4 will be how many players chose Syra. Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? Now for this one, you're going to have to cast your mind quite far back, because we didn't really get to see all that much Syra when we went to the mid to late game, because most of those compositions got knocked out fairly quickly.
How many were there, ladies and gentlemen? Were you paying attention? But we shall see. One of you lucky winners will be chosen. So, maybe go back in the vault. You can maybe do that. The dunking tips. Anyway, moving on, we've got our game 5 coming soon, and this is gonna be a big one, because as Raven likes to call it, it's the championship round, and it's also going to be, actually I think at this point it's already been decided which team comp is going to be played in the mirror match.
It's Eno. It's the Eno.
But still, championship round is the game that sets you up for the final game. If you have a really good game 5, you can be a little bit more comfortable in game number 6. It's not just we gotta do really well, guys. It's all right. But then if your game 5 doesn't go well, then it's go time. Then it's time to just fully send it. You have your objective. We have to win everything and kill everybody and get all the points. But speaking of points, let's take a look at the scoreboard off the back of that game. XKG with 17 kills and then 4 ranking points, coming at 1st place in the lobby, securing them 21 points in total. That's insane. That's monstrous.
5-2-1. 521 got 15 though, and SS won 6. And for WBG, they only picked up 3. So a lot of pressure going to be felt on the side of WBG. But yeah, we can have a look and see at XKG stats. Damage 20.5k for the Temi, 19,000 actually for Tutuk. A little bit surprising that we see the Takeda being out damaged by the Temi. Also very surprising that ZXL and the Tianhai gets out damaged too, but they were sort of using him more for zoning capabilities, especially in terms of like the Realm of Yang. They would just open up with a Tianhai ultimate to grab more monopoly of the space of the actual Realm of Yang itself, as opposed to looking for some of those double grab opportunities. And ooh, overall standings, tide shifted. WBG find themselves in 7th, having started off earlier in 4th. Wolves climbed themselves up to 4th. 521 though, 5 points behind them, Dunk. So all to play for in Game 5 and Game 6. Because if you're Wolves on 521, you don't want to find yourself in the situation where you're both looking to make really aggressive plays in Game 6, and with how small the lobbies are now, you don't have enough eliminations to be able to overcome the difference in score.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, every single team below, from 3rd and below, is kind of still sweating though, because 3rd is 30 points, 2nd is 41. So we're 40 is, you know, you're kind of all right. You know, you'd have to have 2 really bad games, and then, you know, the teams right below you would have to have insanely good games for you to really be in danger. But everything from 3rd and below, I think it's still kind of up for grabs. We see this game from 21. XKG 21. That means that anybody, if they're able to replicate this, can go into that top 4. 8th place right now is 16 points, and also 8th, 7th, and 6th is 1 point apart, because 7th is also 16 points and 6th is 17 points. So it's all really, really close. The entire lobby is very competitive at the moment. Very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. It's I knew it was gonna be a banger today, but it's great to have, you know, the affirmation and seeing the scoreline come through at this point in the day. And now we've got the MVP statistics for Junxian, his first MVP on XKG, the F1v1 Tumulk. 20,500 damage, the majority coming out from those flying knives. 7 kills, 10 assists, 3 kills before rebirth, getting those early kills at the very beginning. Looking pretty standard in terms of Soul Jades. You know, we've got that 24% damage reduction, a little bit of health and a little bit of attack. But hey, Tumulk, it's nice to see Tumulk get the spotlight for a change. You know, he usually doesn't, but the Tumulk is, you know, funnily enough, probably one of the most important roles in a trios comp, because if you mess up your Tumulk ult, it's just cooked. It's just so over because it's one of the most useful things on that composition.
I mean, you can use it defensively so that you can block the range damage, and you can just hide yourself in that recovering, shooting from inside as well with things like the cannon to be able to be unhittable, at least until we have, like, factoring in Fan, RMB, LMBs, Longsword, all of that fun stuff, which Temi's probably absolutely detest having to see, since it has range reach, but it doesn't count as ranged attack, so it still slips through that wall. But you can also use it really aggressively to just lock down players. Very similar to the way that we see the Aquos V2 cage being utilized. But yeah, like you said, Dunk, it's not always that we get to see the Temi actually getting the flowers, because he's more like the silent support and utility for the team. Except unlike things like the Zip and the Karumi and the Syra, we don't have the healing to be able to track and be like, oh yeah, he bailed the team out with that ultimate. They were able to live the double grab because the Zip ult kicked in and saved them from Watch the Bean a lethal hit. Like, no, unless we get an MVP screen with the Temi, we don't get to see if he has advanced heal or group heal, and if he's keeping the team intact that way too.
Yeah, he's throwing the pocket sand. He's being useful. He's doing the Tumulk things, getting sand in their shoes and doing the damage. And it's surprising as well because he didn't have a bunch of attack J's or anything. He had one blue one. He had mainly damage reduction, but still being able to pump out the damage is props to him for sure. You would think maybe a Juggernaut was in there or something, but no, he's just in the right place at the right time, using ultimate very effectively and following up very well on his Takeda's utility and the Monk as well. Creating space. I think it's odd because back in the day. I'm sure you remember Takeda was the star of the show. He was just an unkillable demon, just running through the lobby, doing all the damage, getting all the flowers. Just getting all the ladies. Mr. Takeda over there, he's just having a great time. But now he's kind of more of a support character, even though he can still pump the damage. The Furon Blast and everything else, it's more of a utility-focused thing nowadays, much to the dismay of a lot of Takeda players, I would say, most likely. I want to do the damage, man! But we'll see Takeda rework, probably around the corner relatively soon. I know I just rage-baited some people. But anyway, moving into game number 5, ladies and gents. Definitely an Eno phase 1, as will be expected. Although, they could just, meme people and just be like, let's just not do it. But I think everyone's, there's a lot on the line right now. As we were talking about earlier, the scores, pretty close.
Yeah, still all up in the air for the teams outside first and second, to be wholly honest. As I really want to see, if we're going to have that same scattered composition pick in terms of phases that we had last game. The fact that we got to see a return of the Tessa Viper Wuchen composition, that we had splits as well from teams in different phases, so they didn't even lock the same comps, which meant that we only saw one comp get fully barred out from everyone else's access until third phase circled around. Obviously, use your hero points now. You're not going to have the opportunity to do so again because the last match of the day will be that mirror matchup. And we've seen it so many times, there is no way, even if phase 1 has the weirdest lock ever, it's still not going to be enough in terms of the amount of times they got picked to oust the Eno composition from the mirror.
We shall see. Wolves, they got to lock in. Everyone that's not TE and XKG just need to fully lock it right now, because everyone in the bottom 3, bottom 4, they need a big game. Bottom 3 especially, as they're below 20 points at the moment. But getting into
do you think they just decide to full send it? I could honestly see 521 deciding to try and hot drop onto SS1.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's some teams, when they're in this kind of situation, some of them, they just unleash and they just go, they just go all in, and then there are some that are a little bit more risk averse. They're okay, let's play it slow and steady. We're gonna scale up. We're gonna get to the end game. We're gonna pick off the stragglers, and we're gonna play the long game. So we'll see. I reckon 5-1. I think they're going all in. Originally, back in the day when SEA first sort of made their debut into NBPL, they were known as the Ooglers. They would just send it because they like to play very aggressive in SEA in their trio scene. So, but then they sort of got checked by the lobby. China wanted them to slow down, and they were forced to. And over the years, they've gotten a lot more used to it, but they can still gear change very effectively and just dominate. And with the increased fighting power that they've developed over time, they're able to do it really, really well now, as we saw in that previous game.
Oh, they got a good phase too, they're first. They're literally first. So probably back-to-back mirrors of the Eno composition coming on for the side of 521, who are going to be sharing phase lock with Wolves. Yep, there's the Zip, there's the Eno, there's the Hardy for 1. Like 5-1, don't keep us in suspense. We already know the characters. There's the Zip, there's the Hardy, there's the Eno. Okay, cool. Now we can move on to what could actually be a surprise. Phase 1's done. Check it off the list. What's cooking phase 2? Are we going to the Takeda, Tianhai, Temi? Now that we saw it taking MVP in the previous, are we circling back to the Viper, Syra, Eiko/Justina? What exactly is the decision that these teams have come to? WBG decides, okay, Viper, Syra, Justina. So Akos is still on the field, potentially as well for the teams in the later phase. Does XKG decide to field this? Because they're not instantly locking it. Like WBG, we swapped to second phase, boom, they already had all of the heroes highlighted. XKG much slower, which means that there is a debate, and yeah, that's splitting away. So none of these compositions is going to be like more expensive other than that Justina, which is going to be shared by both of these teams.
It's interesting that Viper is falling out of favor somewhat, it looks like. She's definitely still very strong. Like we saw it get used to great effect in the versus matches. You know, TE especially being able to use it very, very well. We still see it perform well in these Battle Royale games. But it looks as though she's not the powerhouse she was before. I mean, for the longest time, you know, Viper, Syra, Justina was the comp, you know, and now was falling out of favor. But of course, as is the curse of casting, I say something and they do the other. There you have it.
But
Double Viper coming through. But
it's the last phase which highlights that point, right? Because before, even week 1 of trios for this season, it was Viper, Syra, Akos was the go-to pick in second phase for these teams. So the fact that it's fallen as far as it has now, that it's being picked after the Tianhai, speaks volumes for the power that Viper's had so far.
Good save, Martin.
I got you. I got you.
Hell yeah. All right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, going into our 5th game of the day. Ooh, it's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good. If we see that a bottom team right now, bottom 3, get a massive one, then game 6 is gonna be even more tense. We'll be at the edge of our seats, waiting to see who comes out on top in that top 4, as that's what we're all playing for here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, this is the lower bracket round 2. The top 4 teams from today's 6-game series will be moving forward into the finals this Sunday. But yeah, that sums it up. Yeah, top 4 and bottom 4 are going home. There's no more chances, and that's it for this tri-weekly. I like that. Tri-weekly. Stage 1 of this split right here. But are we gonna make it? 5-1. Are these bottom teams gonna be able to do it? Because 5-1 started off rough. It was looking pretty unfortunate for them. If they came back, are they gonna be able to keep the momentum? Are these teams at the top going to double down and just dominate the lobby completely, leaving no kills for those in the bottom 4 currently?
Last time we went to Padoria, it was so many teams fighting on top of each other. And I imagine it's going to be more of the same, since everyone knows, like, these kills, every kill you can get is going to count towards moving your placement higher. Also, TE, I think, did my eyes deceive me? Is XCM running Takeda F2?
They do like to do that. I think TE, you know, they're the innovators, they're the leaders of the meta in a lot of regards, but they do like to do a few things differently that some teams they don't really adopt in the end. But TE has been a team that likes to go for F2 Takeda, which it has its uses certainly, but I'm not sure if it's definitely not the standard. But TE, they're able to make it work regardless.
Oh, they are! They're full sending it! 5-1 and SS1 and IG all landing on top of each other. I mean, like, 521's going for a little bit more of a timing attack, as this one's literally, like, dead center of Azov Peak. But, oh boy, if 521 can find an opportunity to third party when SS1's attention is turned by IG, that fight's going to be a bloodbath. Any team, any of those three, might be able to pick up that opportunity if they see the two others engaged. Pick up some loot and be able to come through with loot advantage, but potentially not ultimate advantage. Because that's like the trade-off, right? If you go into a third party at the start of these matches and you haven't done or taken damage, then the teams currently fighting will be closer to their ultimates than you are, unless you got your hands on Fireflies.
Yeah, another interesting thing that I would like to know is that literally every single player that we've seen so far in the past 10 seconds, having just spawned in, all of them have starting rage. So it really speaks to the meta having evolved glyph-wise. Now, starting rage is just essentially it's full priority in their glyph setup. But here we are on the ground, boots on the ground, ladies and gentlemen, and our first blood going over to WBG. Junshan going down to WBG. It's a start that they need, but can they keep it going? 2-tick coming in with the Justina ultimate. Trying to find something. Silence, not going to be able to continue dashing. The silence will be expiring now, but he's dead already. Oh my goodness, the bonk.
Wait, SS1, sir. Hold on a minute, they've rotated. They've rotated and they're actually third-partying into Arcadia instead. As SS1's Mian now looking for the hit of that Viper F to start up the engagement into the charged RMB coming up through from that staff. Taking now the 3 versus 1 against that player. Someone's dropped a Moonbin as well. This is where WBG had less players in the fight itself. 2 of them actually stayed alive for the whole duration while their third set up the Moonbane. They catch SS1's Luye, which is not the start that SS1 wanted. WBG already up to 3, IG up to 2. WBG potentially going to be up to 4 in a matter of moments if they just complete this Viper V1 stun. Yeah, they managed to find the catch into the charged RMB from both the longsword and the spear. And WBG walk away with 4 eliminations. But Dunk, we're not slowing down anytime soon.
We certainly aren't. We've got a fight between SR and TE. XEM, unfortunately, is going to get poisoned by the jellyfish next to this tree. Unfortunate to say the least. SR got afflicted, but it was not impactful enough to turn the fight. And SR going to be able to take down TE right off the bat. Now, one more thing to know before we dive into our next engagement is that IG actually took down 521 in the 3v3 over in Azov Peak, which is rough for 521, but really nice for IG as they are one of the teams in that bottom 3 right now. WBG also in the bottom 3, but them heading 4, bringing that scoreline ever closer, ever tighter. SS1, on the other hand, not in the best spot, being at the bottom of the leaderboard and not getting any kills off spawn, but there's still time left. Now diving into the fight once again, we've got IG. Oh my goodness! He's alive! He's still alive! He just sent the focus just out of panic. He's still alive and on his feet. Silence comes through. The execute did not pay off, and WBG might bite the bullet right here, having not been able to effectively execute their assassination attempt onto XXL. And there you have it. But wait a second. The Syra ult could turn it. Doesn't manage to time the staff RMB at the same time, though. Unfortunately, not able to take him down. The silence connects. Parry comes through. XXL claims another. Oh my goodness, WBG. This is rough.
Oh, I mean, it just gets worse. Wolves are here. They saw the Moonbin. They're here for the third party. They've all got their ults too. They catch WBG's PP. Sarah does not have the V2. Won't be able to space out of the fight. Takes a 2 versus 1. Does manage to actually send the RMV with the longsword catching onto both players without it getting parried. But Wolves will still be able to complete the elimination. And we can start to see the kills being split. Like, IG 5 elims already. 5-2-1. Very quiet on that start. But might potentially have returned to the scene of the crime a little bit too soon, as XXL now is coming under pressure from the Enor ultimate, comes through with that Viper V1, looking to play off of the Akos V2 cage setup, and oh my goodness, they get almost the whole team of Wolves, including Night HQ, who's stuck inside that Akos V2, which means he can't use the cube to get his players out of the stuns, and IG have been able to weather the storm of one ult, but they haven't been able to get out of the thunderstorm that is the Thunderlord until now. Oh my goodness. The stun managing to connect onto 2 players from Wolves, but there's just no follow-up damage. Wolves recover, find the elimination onto XXL, and now turn 3 versus 2, isolating Han versus ZK while the rest of his teammates try to complete the elimination. Han knows that he can't take the fight, tries to get past ZK, but he's not able to get past the blockade. The Akos F2 at least turns the fight yet again, and IG has done enough damage to be able to bolt the Syra V2 back up. Wait a moment, XXL salty resing. IG's gonna have the full team.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god, the parry as well! And IG bring it back from the brink, going up to 7 kills. ZK, come here, buddy. Armors through the F2 with his F2, trying to disengage. But oh my goodness,
oh no.
We're just committing everything. Just send the Akos ult, make sure he goes down, keep the Thunderlord in the baby cage. You sit there, buddy. You stay
Wait, are
there.
Wolves going to salty res as well now?
Surely not.
No, wait, they can't.
No, they can. No, they can. They can.
Oh yeah, they can. They've still got
ZK
theirs.
can't res though.
ZK can't, but potentially the other 2 can. Are they going to try to make a play for it? Like, they're around to see if it's turnable, but I mean, ZK out of ult, no. That's gone. Like, IG, honestly, huge hand of applause for Han. Being able to hit the Akos F2 onto multiple players from Wolves was insane!
IG, that was a nail-biting, just sequence of events. XXL almost just getting 100-0 within a blink of an eye, somehow surviving, the Syra ult keeping him alive. Whew! But it's no time, no breaks, guys, no breaks. We're in the Yang, and it's 5-2-1 up against SR as well. Rico dropping in, popping the Tianhai ultimate. Fat Milk on the Thunderlord, trying to find an opening, trying to do something, but we've seen this. I feel like this deja vu. We saw this in the Versus match at the beginning of the day. TE employing this strategy where they just have the Tianhai sitting in the corner, his teammates at his feet, and just trying to shove that Enor away, keeping him at arm's length. But Tianhai does find one grab, so it's a bit of a mix-up right here. SR might have found a lead that will take them to victory, but NY7 taking a bit of damage, using the Fury Blast, but he's got it on legendary rarity. It's fully scaled up already, and SR are looking as though they're gonna take this Realm of Yang, and 5-2-1 gonna go down. Oh my goodness, that's rough.
Oh, that is so rough. Fully scaled Takeda first Yang. That's insane. Like, how many eliminations must SR be on to be able to have that much loot this quickly? Wait, is that 6? 6.
I think it is 6. It's 6.
So wait, but that's also off of the back of the free kills that they just got in Realm of Yang. Which means that they only had 3 eliminations on the hot drop, and they spent the whole rest of the time looting to high roll up the Takeda ultimate.
Hey, just loot. I mean, they've just optimized their looting path. They've got the gold quests. They know where they are. They can buy purple weapons from the shop in Immortal War. So if you've got the money, it's very easy to scale up, but actually securing those Darktide coins isn't always easy. But it looks as though they've got the strat, and they're just fully scaled.
Did SS1 manage to grief? Someone got griefed into a Realm of Yang fight. Because SS1 won one, but they're only on 2 eliminations. Which means that they took a 3 versus 2. So who? It was XKG. Only 2 players from XKG have Yang depletion. Oh, that's rough.
Oh no! But it's good for SS1. At least they're sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. But oh my goodness, wait a second. It's all kicking off. But TE in the mix. One Fang even big damage from that fan. Trying to, get away from me. Trying his best to disengage. Does manage to get enough space to use that Tianhai ultimate. But because of this terrain situation, it is not the best spot. SS1 Fu stuck in a corner, can't disengage, can't get out of there. It's just, oh my, he can't get away. Can't get away, but we are going to be able to turn somewhat. SS1 still fighting, still trying to make something happen. Mian is so low, though. It's looking as though he's going to go down. But SR looking into the third party. TE may have won this fight, but I'm not sure if they're surviving this. Oh, yeah, no, he is dead. He is for sure down.
Yeah, that Tianhai is cooked. For sure, as SR might actually be able to find more eliminations onto TE's TXJ. He's going to be leading the team on a goose chase away from his other player. Meanwhile, we can see SS1 still in ghost form, just wanting to stick around and see where exactly that fight is going to end up so that they have all of the information before they decide to commit to these revives. As TXJ's finally been caught, we get the 1 versus 3. Can he clutch it out? The jump LMVs with the legendary katana say no. And he will be losing that Vermilion Bird's Might. 25 seconds left. So still had a little bit of time for the buff. 5-2-1 though. Oh, this is not a good position for 5-2-1 to find themselves in. At least they run into WBG, the other team with Yang depletion. Yang's going to use that Viper V1, but instantly catching that stun onto Fat Milk is going to be able to find the elimination. Okami trying to turn things, but he is just going to be up against so much stagger lockdown. I don't think there's any opportunity for him to be able to send out those charged RMBs, but Jiang's actually taken a 1 versus 1. PP went off to somewhere else in the fight, and Jiang gets parried. This is now turnable for both of the teams as we get the Syra ultimate being invested on the side of WBG. PP going to stay on top of Akami so that when it ends, the powerful stun dazzle picks up the hit, and now they can turn their attention onto taking out Pampy afterwards.
Harry comes through, and there you... Oh, wait a second. One of you pick up that bloom, Jiang.
Oh, no.
Oh, LV doesn't have bloom. He's gonna go down. No. Oh, this is annoying. This is very irritating for WBG. Oh my goodness. 5-2-1's gonna get eliminated regardless because they had Yang depletion as well. But that just makes it. It's just the
inconvenience.
You know, the screw you. You know, yeah. It's a 5-2-1. I'm gonna keep running. I'm not giving you this for free, buddy. You have to res your teammate. You know, yeah. Just get out of it. Nah. But hey. 5-2-1, unfortunately, only getting 1 elimination before being eliminated completely themselves. WBG thanking their lucky stars they were able to find this team right here and go up to 8 kills in total. Salvaging their game for sure. Now the scoreline is getting so close, Moxie. Top 4 is 32 points. IG's on 25, but they have 9 kills and they're...
One player.
Wait a second. Wait, 1 player.
They have 1 player. I mean, they might be able to find an opportunity here to buy someone back for going the second realm of Yang. As there is a team that uses a rebuff charm, but it's not IG. It's WBG. As Wolves are actually camping the body to see if XKG would try and return to pick that fallen player up, as someone is currently bleeding out beneath Wolves' feet. There's IG buying a rebuff charm, not getting to use it just yet, as Wolves are camping the Spirit Well, which is the safer option, since if you get pushed off of it, you at least don't get saddled with the ticking time bomb that is Yang depletion. And it looks like no team is wanting to run the risk, at least currently. SR full center, like they've got full legendary loadout for that Takeda ultimate, but no one else is wanting to put themselves into a position where their aggression is forced. Oh, until now. TE is going to step up and we get the mirror match.
We do indeed, the mirror match. The only difference being that the Takeda on TE has F2.
True.
The only difference, and also the fact that SR are far more scaled up than TE right now. But One Feng getting the initial stomp. Tamulk ultimate's going down as well. Rico jumping on top of the pillar finds TXJ. The grab comes through. Wait a second. Can we deny the slam? No, we can't. The jump up to try and do so, but it's not going to be possible. TXJ, no, the double grab. Wait a second. Boom. Oh, no way. And One Thing trying his best to just dive in and save the day, but it's not to be. But wait a second. XEM might be able to turn it. One Thing on a pixel of health. XEM finds the one, but it's still a 2v2 with a huge health deficit, and SR going to be able to close it out.
I mean, yeah, Rico just got the better of the Tianhai. Oh, like the moment he gets that double grab, the fight becomes so much easier for SR to be able to win. Like, it's still possible for TE to be able to clutch it, but like the health deficit for both of the players, both on an absolute sliver. Rico fine as well with just clanking the Takeda to death off of light into light attacks, since he knows that he has that huge advantage lead. But in the meantime, IG actually were able to get their hands on Rebirth Charms, and I believe have their full team back. So when we get to see that scoreboard dunk, the fourth and third teams, those positions are very precarious. As, yeah, XKG is going to res up, trying to get the information, just swapping over to the crossbow, shooting out those bells, looking to see if there's a team close by. As SS1's Fu off-screen was able to find one elimination, and we can start to see where exactly TE are going to find themselves.
I think that was the Realm of Yang, actually. The last kill just then. Wait, no, WBG... Wait a second. Only one of them has depletion. Wait, only one of them made it into Yang? Oh, no, that's rough.
Yeah, because SS1... Wow, the fact that SS1... They've been potentially, like, doing a really good job with this Viper Syra Akos of griefing entrances, because that's then... First Realm of Yang, they went into a 3 versus 2. Second Realm of Yang, they got a 3 versus 1.
That's actually insane.
I wonder if we'll see a replay if SS1 were actually able to use the CC in neutral to deny the team that they matched off against getting players through.
Well, I don't know, but WBG, even though it was only one with Yang depletion now, they're still on triple blue armor right now, which is not the spot you want to be in at this point in the game. TE, you know, they, at the very least, they have one purple, but being a scaling comp, this is also not the best spot.
I mean, the good news for them, though, is that they're still first on the leaderboard. The bad news for SS1, despite winning 2 Realm of Yangs, because they were uneven in terms of players, they've only picked up 3 eliminations. So in comparison...
That's crazy.
Yeah, in comparison to WVG and IG, who are much closer to being able to supersede Wolves' position in 4th, SS1 have so much more work to be able to do, and it's only going to become even harder for them when all of these teams are thrown closer together, because people are going to be looking at, like, the Syra, the Viper, the Akos. That's the composition you don't allow to get to endgame, because that's the composition that all in third parties use.
Yeah, and it's very good at doing so. It looks as though we might see Junshan go out here. Unfortunately, he's definitely going down. Unfortunately, being chased into the zone by PP, securing that Soul Bloom for Jiang to cleanse the Yang depletion. Get over here, Jiang. Come on, we got a present for you. You're fine now, buddy. And it looks as though on the other side, XKG is still bleeding. ZXL being found out by TE, having a bounty on him, stuck in the zone now with TE chasing him. There's not very many avenues of escape for him here. But that being said, TE, they don't just need 1 Soul Bloom, they need 3.
Yeah. So they're actually going to give it up and allow XKG's player to be able to get back in and change his position. They might run into Wolves instead. As no, it will be SR that they run into. 1 minute left on Yang depletion. Hand will be forced in a matter of moments. Can't be picky about who you decide to all in. As one thing, yeah, that's the sign of desperation. instantly goes for the Tianhai transformation. Manages to find a grab onto SRJ, actually, who's way too out in the open, but Rico's done the same thing. Both of the Tianhais prioritizing getting the slam instead of interrupting and preventing the others. One Funk's been able to find another grab, manages to find the punch as well before Rico can interrupt him. As we get the contest for that Spirit Well, One Fung will de-mech out of the Tianhai state into the safety of the Temi ultimate, because Wolves have shown up with all of their ults still intact, and now you're relying on the Fury and Shove cover coming through from XEM to deny the Enos Thunderlord getting on top of you, but ZK is relentless. Despite that, SR are actually the ones that claim the eliminations.
That's insane. I swore I saw him just hit him just now. I'm very surprised he doesn't go down to Wolves, but Wolves are going to be able to secure the Yang Spirit Well, giving everyone Yang depletion, and now SR are in shambles, losing 2 players, only 1 left alive, but not for very long, I don't think. Zhao has just got nowhere to go. The Enor slamming him into the ground. ZK getting that double ult because of the Yang Spirit Well, and now Zen, unfortunately, in a bad spot as well. Going to have to run into the zone. WBG chasing him in there. They are going to be able to get the elimination. They're going to get the kill credit, but no bloom for them. Wait, WBG, wait, they don't have Yang depletion.
Yeah, the kill credit as well on WBG also pushed IG down a spot in terms of the leaderboard. But yeah, I believe WBG were able to steal away the flag while everyone's attention was turned. SKG is actually just heisting one of their players back, but oh no, WBG spotted it. Oh, he gets both of his players back, and WBG are just going to play bouncer on the other side. Like, poor ZXL, he's absolutely fried here. Like, you're going to have to go for a heal, but I don't think you're even going to be able to pull it off in time. And not enough time had passed between getting hit by WBG's players for you to actually count as going down to zone tick. So WBG get the kill credit. Not for 2 tick, but they do get 1 extra kill credit. And now we look at Wolves and WBG, 2 teams that have both started picking up a lot of momentum this round and are very close to being able to make it into the top 4. For Wolves, it's a case of holding on to it. For WBG, it's a case of climbing into that position and pushing Wolves out. So this endgame dunk, who walks away with the MVP here, could very well determine who gets that last spot to be able to continue into the finals on Sunday.
Yeah, I will say it's astonishing that WBG has 11 kills, but they're all 3 on blue armor. How is that the case right now? They've done an amazing job of securing kills with such a loot deficit, and now being fiended by SS1, and the Moonbane also in play, being forced to run straight through it, threatened from the from SS1 in the back. Returning back around to LV, trying his best to survive. He does so. Oh my god. The Moonbane just narrowly avoiding it. Still alive and kicking. SS1, they have 2 on Yang depletion. They want to get this cleansed as soon as possible.
Oh no. I think WBG's lost one of their players. The other one is currently on the run from SS1, and the other one who's close to that teammate who's bleeding out is within distance of Wolves, who are going to be able to pick up this next Spirit Well and again determine the tempo of this lobby. SS1 have been able to corner and pin down PP's location, so he might just decide to run into the zone to make sure that he denies an elimination. Oh, nope, does still get hit by SS1, and they'll be able to walk away with that credit. And Wolves, uncontested, will be able to pick up this buff real soon. Unless SS1 decides to make a last-minute play for it, and with how aggressive Luya is getting on that ACOS, looking like they might try their luck. Out comes the charge RMB, and out comes the Dragon-like benefit combo. Oh my goodness, away goes ZK's health.
Oh my god. SS1 just... You know what? Screw the WBG guy. Let's just go for the Spirit Well. And Wolves, they could have capped it.
Yeah,
but they just
I don't know why they didn't.
Long.
Like, did they want the buff to last more time? Because as the Sonic is like, okay, well, we'll show up here instead. That should have been a home free MVP for Wolves if they'd been able to pick up that buff.
Oh my goodness.
They're going to be kicking themselves. They're going to straight up be kicking themselves if they don't manage to make it into finals. Like, ZK just got deleted. We were watching him full health, jumping around, happy as you would like it, waiting to complete the cap, and then all of a sudden, boom, legendary halberds, dragon-like benthic, full combo, strips all of the armor off, and is down to about 50 HP.
That's insane. But funnily enough, SR are going to be the ones coming away with the MVP, even though they weren't even there at the very end, just because of the number of kills that they secured. Oh my goodness, SS1 as well. They were in the depths. They came back from the very bottom, and now I don't think that they made it into top 4, but they've certainly laddered up. You know, 521 was in 5th place before that game, and I think they may have fallen all the way down to 7th or 8th.
Yeah, I think for sure they've been eclipsed by SS1 after that end game. It's just like a question of how close is Wolves going to be on the chopping block? Because like so many of those teams who are so close to being able to jump into that last 4th spot in the top 4 all popped off at certain parts of that match. Like the scoreboard is going to be very interesting to get to see. And you know how we were like talking about, yeah, leaving it all last minute to that last round is not really what you want to be. It's that situation, Dunk. It's literally going to come down to the last round.
It definitely is. It's the mirror match as well, which is kind of crazy. It's oh my goodness, and it's gonna be Enor. Everyone's just gonna be Enoring around. But you know what time it is? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Answer 4 Treasures. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which hero was not picked by Wolves in game number 5? Was it A, Yushan, B, Justina, C, Junhwan, or D, Lani? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner will be chosen amongst those who answer correctly, added and whispered, so that they can claim their prize. Bit of an easier one, for sure. Bit of an easier one. Yeah. But moving on into our 6th game, things are still very, very close. You know, we've got a very close scoreline, and I think this is something that's you can credit to the new format, you can credit to the new rule set, but also you can credit to just how much the players in the scene and all of these teams have improved and you know kept up with each other in the off season, as it's all very, very competitive still. You know, it's very competitive. There are a couple teams that seem to be a slight cut above, but outside of that, everyone is throwing hands. Everyone is competing at a very high level and a very high and similar level. But here we are with the scoreboard. SR 14 kill points is going to give them the MVP. WBG on 11 kills, getting 12 game score. SS1 coming in with 12 points, only getting 8 kills, but that placement point is going to take them up to 12. Very nicely done indeed. Now taking a look at the stats, not all that much damage, and Takeda especially 7.6 thousand, but still the utility, 9 assists, very, very key to making this composition work. A lot of kills, definitely a lot of kills. This is all that really gave them the MVP. But here with the scoreboard, Wolves still in it.
I mean, it's close though. SS1, 29 points. WBG, 28. 521, 24. IG, 26. I mean, like, honestly, if you're those teams in the bottom 4 right now, you're eyeing up Wolves. Like, I think after that 14 points for SR, they're going to be feeling more comfortable. It's not complacency. you can't assume that your position will be there because we've already seen that you can have 21-point games. But you're definitely feeling less pressure than Wolves, and I think if you're SS1, WBG, IG, or 521, the strat is land on Wolves. Like, land on Wolves, grief their game so that you can make sure that they come through with as little amount of points as possible and you get as many as possible. Because it's not going to be enough for you to do well. Wolves have to do badly if you want to be able to get that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that in these kind of situations now, before, when we didn't have this rule set, it was perhaps a little easier to target certain teams, because you could tell where they were in the ban pick, etc. But now with the mirror match being the last game of the day, now it's going to be harder to actually find the specific teams that you need to take down so that you can ladder up. So it's definitely gonna. If anybody is able to deduce which team Wolves is, at least if any of those bottom four are going to be able to tell, then it's going to speak volumes to how much preparations they've put in to be able to, to know exactly who Wolves are and pick them out of the bunch.
Exactly how.
Oh my goodness.
Just like absolutely tanked. He had ult too, by the way, but he doesn't get to use it.
Forbidden Seal Gaming.
No chance for the health reset. As it's gonna be the Temi picking up the MVP for a second time today. Coming in through with that V1 as well, so it feels like the Trios lobby at least has spoken in terms of prioritizing the V1 over the V2. 6 kills, 6 assists, 7,900 points of damage coming on through from those flying knives. He had jabbing in the back pocket, but staff's not even listed as one of the sources of weapons. So interesting actually to sort of like see a fall off.
So far today, we haven't seen in like very many crazy jades. It's been very standard. A couple purples, mostly blue jades, and I'm not sure if that's because it sort of speaks to what we were talking about earlier, how winning Yang isn't as as game winning as it once was before, or something else to do with the lobby size. Regardless, we are going to be going to a short break before our final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be back very soon. Be sure to be here when we are. See you then. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we are going to be diving into our 6th game of the day very shortly. And it's mirror match time. Enor Gaming, Hardy cubes everywhere, zippings, constantly sprinting away from the Enors and Hardys chasing them. It's gonna be, a very close game, because if you were paying attention before, if you were here before the break, you saw the scoreboard leading it, coming out after that game 5. It's close. It's very close. And as Moxie and I were talking about it in the break, Wolves are going to be kicking themselves if they don't qual because of what happened at the end of that game.
I mean, Wolves are also probably going to be feeling like there's a bounty quest scroll permanently on them this whole next match. Because as we said, realistically speaking, when you look at that overall scoreboard, they're the reachable ones. They're the slowest in the pack for the top 4, so they're the ones at the most vulnerable. So when we see those drop locations, we're not going to see the hero draft because we already know what everyone is playing. As we said, it's the mirror match. It will just be the Hardy, the zipping, and the Eno composition. That's where we're going to get the true spice. Has someone been able to work out Wolves' drop location and get the drop literally on them to stop any potential momentum, so that you then don't have to worry about how well Wolves are doing at the same time as how well you're doing? Because leaving it up to this last game, you can get 15 points on the board, but you still are starting behind Wolves. So if they keep adding to their score, that distance only gets larger as the game goes on.
Are we going to see some oogly drops? Are we going to see everyone just getting in there and just going crazy? Or is it going to be a calm and collected start to our final game? One thing to certainly consider is that there's no Fireflies. No Fireflies for game number 6, meaning that there's no Firefly spawns, but we could still very easily see some early game fights. This composition that we're playing in the mirror match is, it's kind of the disengaged composition. It has some aggression, but it's got a lot of sustain, a lot of self-peel. So you can fight for extended periods of time, and you're pretty hard to fully take out, but are we going to see it in the early game? We shall see. Taking a look at the scoreboard, it's pretty close. TE, pretty comfy. They're vibing. They're at 55. They could get a 0-point game and get caught up to, but they've already done the job they wanted to. They're in the top 4. That's where they're happy. That's where they wanted to be. On the other hand,
it's
these 4 teams are not comfy.
I imagine when we see the heart rate monitors, it's going to be pretty high. Pretty high for all of those players on the squads. As we're getting ready to go into the last game of the day. At the end of this one, top 4 teams will be able to continue playing and to make it all the way to the first stage trios finals played out this Sunday. Bottom 4 teams will not, so you do not want to fall at the final hurdle. As I really want to see 521, SS1, IG, they all full sent it the last time on Pedora. They all dropped on each other, and I would assume that plan will not have changed. If you go too slow, if you try and play too safe, because there's too many teams that are close to qualifying, they might just go for the really aggressive play. If you wait too long, you might find that there's not enough people left for you to actually get anything towards that tally that allows you to cross the line. So I feel like even though less Fireflies, it's still going to be more aggressive than some of the maps where we had Fireflies in rotation.
Yeah, you could very easily be right about that. We are going to Morris, so there are still some Fireflies. You've got the cave in the north to the east of Eventide Temple, and you've got the waterfall cave, just to the southeast of wreckage of shipwreck expanse. So there are a couple of Fireflies up for grabs. but it's gonna come down to whether or not the drop location allows you to go for it, and if teams are gonna send it and flip it off spawn, because you can definitely take fights early, you can definitely take fights in a hot drop, but going for a Firefly contest on the cave, on the two caves, it can be a bit of a flip, because you can just be at the mercy of where the game puts you. You can choose a certain square, but you can spawn anywhere within that square. So if you're not close enough to the entrance to the cave, if you're not close enough to get to one of those Fireflies, it could just be RNG that makes you lose or win that fight. So we shall see who's the gambler, who's gambling here on the drop, who's gonna take it. I reckon 521's for sure gonna go for it, if it's even possible to go.
Yeah, I feel like SS1 as well. You know what would be absolutely crazy? If we spawn into this map and like those places are just not included in the zone at the start.
It's possible. It's possible.
Like, can you imagine if instead of having it cover like Secret Tunnel, Eventide, it starts us off on Shadow Jade instead?
Yeah, it could do. It could just put it to the other side of the map completely. But that would be a very spicy fight though, with everybody in the cave, in the mines.
Yeah, and then like I think the aggression could get ramped up even more, because there's also like those weird times where sometimes the zone spawns and it's actually already cut off because of the sea, right? Sometimes they can actually have half of the zone already emitted from possible play space because it just spawns on coast side. And you lose even more map space, which has happened in the past and would be one way to throw 8 teams on top of each other before you even get the opportunity to slow burn or go for the off the rip aggression. Just like, no, hands are tied. Get in there.
Just get in there and send it, boys. Just pull the trigger. Just go in and see if you can come out on top. But we shall see who's gonna be getting that good early game. Who's gonna be going for the scaling drop? Get me in already. Just send it. I want
They
in.
look nervous too. Like, I think that's the first time I've been able to look at Wolves' team and go like, yeah, no, they are actively sweating.
It does get a bit hot in there sometimes. Can be. It can either be really warm or very cold. But well, by the end of the day, I think the PCs have been whirring for quite a while. We've been sat there for a while. It's getting warm. It's heating up. 521.
SS1 are looking, well, 521 rather. They're looking antsy too. Like Fat Milk, he's just like doing the seat bounce, like the let me in, let me in, let me in.
Oy.
That's what I do when I'm waiting for my games to update.
It's like watching the microwave. You just like let me eat it already. It's just. Well, here we go.
You summoned it into existence. We're ending things off where it all began. Morris Isle, the OG NARAKA BLADEPOINT map. And this is the mirror, which means that the only thing which might be different is ability loadouts. Saying that, everyone's just running the same thing across the whole board. F2 for the Eno V1, F2 for the Hardy V1 for the Cube Tech, F1 V1 for the Zip as well. So this is like as mirror a match as you possibly can get. And here we go, look at the heart rates. Wolves 2 players in the red.
Oh yeah. No one needs to go to the doctor just yet. We're okay. We're not hitting the biggest numbers just yet. But it's quite funny that TE, they were all in the red the first game of the day, and then after that huge game, they're just like, okay, we can relax, guys. They've been in the orange for the rest of the day. Not a single time have we seen it climb, or at least leading into the game.
these drops, like SS1, WBG, IG, all dropping on each other. Not on Wolves, though. Wolves are landing dead east, but they are going to be contested by XKG and potentially as well SR in the vicinity. Might go for the high loot tier area, grab all of that up, and then look for a third-party timing attack on afterwards. So if one of those three teams is able to walk away with all of the eliminations, they'll rocket up the standing points as Wolves instantly actually forced into having to take a fight against XKG. ZK trying to find an isolated player coming on through with that Enor F2 just catapulting himself into the position. Big parry to open up as well. And we now get the first opening elimination, but so far not in this fight. Charged R&B coming on through from that whip sword allows Wolves to start picking apart these individual players from XKG more accurately, and that should be 1, 2, potentially 3 eliminations. But here is what we talked about. SR showing up late to the mix, but they're not able to prevent Wolves getting the eliminations and the soul blimps. So ZK, he's already got the Enor ult up.
He does indeed, thundering through the opposition. SR trying to fade back a little bit, but wait a second. XN taking quite a bit of damage. We've got that zipping ultimate online. Zhao, he's trying to buy enough time till he gets that hardy ult on lock. There it is, into the sky he goes. NHQ's already used it. The cube must be available for them. Wolves kiting back a little bit. Rico's ult on the zipping has now been fully used. ZK 1 HP in a dream. Oh my goodness, he goes down. SR, even though they were at ult disadvantage, they seem as though they're in control. 2 versus 2 now. We've got the ult for the Enor on the field. Wolves, it might not be winnable at this point. Zhao isn't full HP, but NY7, he's fiending with this Enor ultimate, doing damage to the other player on Wolves. Fight's going on for so long. Big bonk, wait a second.
Yeah, Wolves, I think they'll come out on top of this. They had the zip. It was 2 versus 2, but Wolves still had the zipping Ying, so they actually had sustainability coming out in spades. And after that Enor ult's done on the side of NY7, this is cleanup. Also, huge, they managed to finish the fight when ZK is still resable.
Actually massive.
We need to get a stat track on XN, because the amount of heals that zip was outputting when the Enor ult was sounding off from the side of SR was massive.
Absolutely. But look at the scoreboard, Moxie. Wolves is at 5 already.
Yeah, the IG's at 3.
It's so close. And look at the bottom 4 as well. 29, 29, 28, 24. Also, one thing I noticed as we had that fight unfolding was that 5-1, unfortunately, all got taken down by TE, so they don't have another life. If they go down, it's over.
I mean, I think now we get a little bit more of a lull, right? The teams that won the hot drops will want to go for the loot. The teams that lost will want to res as quickly as possible and start recovering their game. As they know, like, there's no match after this. It's you go big or you go home, quite literally. As we're getting to see some teams actually already finding their hands on what is this luck? WPG, purple armor, purple weapon. Granted, it came at the cost, apparently, of PP going down for it, but they're going to be able to actually pick him back up, or well, he'll use one of his revives actually, as it looks like he's still got one on the side of the hardy, but both the zip and the Enor have already had to expend theirs. As XKG also being able to find very early on purple armor, purple fist blades on the side of Tutik. Everyone's just wanting to scout currently and see what exactly their surroundings are looking like around them. Is it safe to go for a fight? Are you going to be able to go for some loot before we have that first Realm of Yang? And which Realm of Yang portal do you actually want to go through? As Wolves have actually been able to run into SR, NiHQ and Rico, both separated away from their team, so we get the jump parry and the overhold of the pole sword, so no one can really commit to an actual attack until the reinforcements have arrived, and now you can take the accurate 3 versus 3.
but it's looking pretty rough for SI. I have to say, all three of them, I think, were white armor, and with Wolves looking in, purple armor's solid loot. Enor ult ready to go. XN's not got ult up right now, I don't think. No. I thought it might be the case that he had used it and it's ticking down, but no, he just doesn't have it online yet. Rico, having used that zipping ultimate, trying his best to disengage, but where do you go with an Enor and flying knives just chasing you down? There's nothing you can do, and Rico gets eliminated. No revive for him either, I don't think. Thankfully, his team are going to be able to disengage and run for the hills, as they don't have revives. They need to survive if they hope to continue on in this game. And now over to Wreckage. We've got a Moonbane down on the side of IG. It doesn't look as though they're going to be able to hold on to any of these players on 5-1. Actually truly take advantage of it.
I mean, Wolves on 6 eliminations now are 3 off of XKG, so actually, it's not just last position that has to be concerned about the bottom 4 teams at the moment. It's potentially 3rd and maybe even 2nd if someone has a lights out 20-point game, as XN is going to be able to so far live the pressure coming on through from SR Zhao, who does have that great armor swap, will be able to come on through. This is just a 1 versus 3. So Wolves will be able to pick up a 7th elimination. No surprises on that one so far. Picking themselves up to 43 points of damage. Looks like they're just rotating around the outer edges and sometimes actually even going into the zone itself to see if they can track down some of these teams who lost the hot drop fight, would actually revive inside the storm to try to avoid the attention of the super stack teams playing inside the center. And Wolves, like, they're being very cautious. They're not going into a realm of Yang. They're not trying to go into a position that could land them with Yang depletion because they've already got all of those eliminations. They're just going to posture up from mid.
Yeah, I think they're happy. They're happy with the kills they've got, and there's no need to take a risk. They might opt to go for a Realm of Yang later on, but we'll have to wait and see. For now, we've got WBG up against SS1, a very big fight. The result of this could, spell the demise of one of these teams, and as they're both in that bottom 4, they need to get this win to, if they hope to actually stay in it. And the Enor's just going crazy right now. We've got the Hardy ultimate also in play. Jiang is still yet to use that zipping ultimate. I believe SS1 may have used that zip ult already. They have. So WBG in advantage. Jiang now pops the zipping ultimate, keeping them all topped up. The sustain is going to matter hugely here. PP dashing through it, tries to find something, does not connect. Fu on the back foot, trying to disengage, holding the fist plates, gets read like a book, and PP finds it. Jiang, though, his zipping is getting a lot of attention from the enemies. Oh my goodness, he goes down, but the parry. SS1 combo breaker. Loye trying to fly away. We cancel the heal from the enemy Enor, and it looks as though WBG are in full control right now, Moxie, as I don't see a comeback really for the side of SS1. It's so rough right now. 2 full HP players.
All the skill rush. And then the charged R&B connection as well. Yeah, this one's done. I don't think they're going to risk trying to kite out the elimination, though. There's 20 seconds left. You don't want to grief yourself out of winning a Realm of Yang and get timed out to have both teams with Yang depletion, as TE, WBG, and XKG will all be the victors. So unfortunate for both 5-1, SS1, and IG. All teams at the bottom half of that leaderboard, all teams that will now have Yang depletion, as okay, WBG and XKG just instantly fighting off of the rip. Both teams with Vermilion Bird's Might going straight at it. PP with the overhold on the charged LMB from that dagger, not going for the commitment, as now we get the RMB committed actually. And he's just looking to kite away, threatening the LMB continuously. Swaps over to the Hongsword to be able to land the distance swap up into the RMB. Will be able to find a connection. Uses the F. Oh! gets the uppercut to be able to set the layup for the Hardy with the triple charge at the tail end of the Soul Jade? Okay, WBG. Spicy.
Looking good. He also managed to combo in that F2 from the Enor. WBG looking very solid right now. They've only used the Hardy ultimate so far. Also, I think I was a bit confused as to why we're just sending it, but at the same time, look at where they are. They're at the very edge of the map. So I think they're just happy to take this. You know, there's no reason not to. If they win, they get 3 kills. If they lose, you know, they don't die. They're not going to get third partied, or at least the likelihood of that happening is very low at this point in this spot on the map.
I mean, that's really bad as well for SS1, IG, and 521.
It is, yeah.
Because, like, they have Yang depletion. Ideally, they come in here and third party. But no, the next team that shows up on the scene, it's TE. It's one of the teams who doesn't have a buff, who actually has a buff as well. So they're going to be happy to get into the mix, and they're going to full send it because they still have their ultimates. PP's going to go for some of these last hits, managing to find the connection with the charged RMB from that whip sword, as TXJ just instantly goes in with the ultimate, trying to find the eliminations before another team shows up to the party.
This is insane. TE out of nowhere. I was talking about, you're not going to get third-partied up here. Surely not.
Wait a minute.
SS1! How are people finding this fight? What is going on? There must be a bounty in place, surely. Surely, right? There has to be. Otherwise, why would you come all the way up here?
I know, right?
This is insane.
I mean, like, this is huge for SS1 though, because people are losing Vermilion Birdsmite. Like, they're writing time out of it. We actually saw WBG just stand still so that they would die while Vermilion was still active. That's the easiest cleanse of SS1's life.
Insanity. And now we've got 5-1 up against IG. Both teams on Yang depletion, both in 7th and 8th right here. Han gets knocked into the zone. Pampy doing work with the Hardy, trying to find the opening. Han no stamina. Oh wait, Cube. We're out of here.
Cube tech coming on for Han's able to disengage from the fight, but he still has to go back into it since the Yang depletion forces their hand. Tries to go for the fry actually with the charged RMB from the fan catching onto Fat Milk before he can book it up that tree. 30 seconds left, fighting inside the storm. Here comes Wolves with the third party though, so this might be the demise of both of these teams and more eliminations in the pocket for Wolves to be able to come through. IG's XXL will be able to claim the head of Fat Milk with those flying knives, but Wolves are here for the third party and they're looking hungry for those eliminations. ZK is going to be able to receive the healing coming on through from that zipping F1. Pampy's already been dealt with, and ZK, he's just not going to chance it. They're going in with the Enor ultimate just to be able to guarantee that, yep, these eliminations absolutely happen. No trades. We don't have to waste time picking our players back up for another team to potentially third party, as Han, the only survivor between the two teams with Yang depletion, is playing quietly and getting out so far unnoticed. Although we did see a turn in the pathing coming on through from one of those Wolves players, so I don't know if he's home free just yet.
He might be. It's in those kind of situations, you're kind of stuck with, do I grapple out here and make noise with the grapples, or do I just try and slowly walk away? But they're right next to me, so it's such a weird spot to be in. But max grapple distance, he's just sending it. He's out of there. He does not want to chance it by hiding in the zone, and I know so far he's still alive. But we're going into our second set of Realms of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. TE up against XKG, two of the big heavy hitters of this lobby. We've got 2-Tick up against TXJ in the Enor matchup. Thunderlord just roaring through. Jump RMB trying to find the Hardy. We do a little bit of damage, but he goes into the sky. The bird flies away, setting up the cube most likely. All three ultimates are being used. TE, the one thing, is going to pop that zipping ultimate now. 2-Tick coming out of his ult with full armor as he didn't take much damage going in. ZXL kiting up the pillar. 2-Tick trying to find something. He's just sort of playing around right now, playing with the open space. Golden flying knives in hand, trying to create an opening, trying to do something. Catches XEM on the floor, catches him on the wake up, forcing out that combo breaker, but he's healed back on up by the zipping F. Both of these teams still pretty healthy, and we're going down to more of a neutral fight. No ult. Uppercut comes through, peeled away. TXJ on the back foot. He goes down. Oh my goodness, Moxie. This is insane.
The drop down vertical coming up through now from those flying knives as a 2-tick is going to go aerial. Continues, though, applying that pressure in the 2 versus 1 state against One Fang on the zip with that reposition of the E0F. And now, finally, it's going to be cleanup. Lands the parry, forces the combo break mid-air. ZXL with the repeater crossbow will be able to take the Hardy down, clipping the bird's wings and allowing someone to finally triumph inside that realm of Yang as, oh, someone's popped Forbidden Seal! XKG wants to know who exactly has been fighting here, as it looks like it might be TE, who took a loss inside that realm of Yang pretty early on. And we do have still, though, players in soul form, no one really wanting to commit to the revive just yet.
IG, chilling next to the mushroom, vibing.
Wait.
Having lost Yang.
Han went in solo.
I respect it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, it was probably not the worst idea, because then it gives him soul form afterwards, so he can avoid teams, perhaps.
I mean, there's also nothing left to lose, too. It's second realm of Yang. We've already seen so far today that sometimes teams like a TE will go in and get one for free. You might as well. Plus, it means that if you go into a realm of Yang, you're not in the open map while that realm of Yang is in its duration. So you don't have to worry about getting third-partied or all-inned by some of the other teams that are very aggressively tracking the locations of teams' kite paths and wanting to get as many eliminations as possible, because no one, with the score being as close as it was, and crucially, we should actually talk about this, SR being pushed out of this lobby at 46 points, WBG, SS1, and IG all have an opportunity to surpass that 4th position and find themselves in the top 4 on Sunday.
This is rough for SR. It's well, they're probably just sort of sweating in their boots. You know, they're just like, oh guys, wait a second. WBG, I will say, is the most likely, because of course they're on a bit of a roll right now. They've got buff, they've got 7 kills, got the loot. IG, less likely. They're further away, 16 points behind, and only one of them is alive, and he has Yang depletion.
But we've seen Wolves come back from this exact same position and pick up MVP. So you can't really count teams out. Han as well going to be rising up on Sunwings, picking up those quest scrolls so he can get as many coins as possible. Looking to just buy his players back. And he's right next to a soul altar too.
He's got one for sure. If there are any. Wait, WBG, wait a second. They're very close. Did they reveal? I don't think. Did they reveal? No, they couldn't have revealed him. They have Mystic Might. Surely he was in range, no? Or he just got the luckiest timing
when the scout went out.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And there's a rebirth. Oh my god, he's got both.
Oh, it's doable. Improbable,
both rebirths,
but doable for IG, and just has to be able to make it safely out of the storm to a soul altar and find loot for the rest of his team, as he's getting the opportunity to do so. Everyone else is currently here trying to catch the rotations of teams who are a little bit too late, a little bit too far behind, close to that storm, and having their hand forced by getting all-in by another team and burning their ultimates.
TXJ, with the rest of TE, they do have Yang depletion with 55 seconds in counting, so they need to make something happen. Wait a second, TXJ taking a lot of damage. He does have ult available, forced to use it now. The grapple in from the opposing Hardy. XEM is in Hardy ultimate. It's gonna cancel, it's gonna expire. And TXJ is now tasked with trying to get these players out of the trees and on the ground where he and his teammates can actually follow up. 2Tick with a nice parry, not going to follow up, not going to be able to, instead going to cube out, and this is attracting a lot of attention, I think.
Dunk, IG's back.
Here.
IG got both of his team back. I think Han still got Yang depletion, but both the Zip and the Hardy are coming back into the mix. SS1 getting the eliminations too is not what SR wanted to see occurring, as they ideally wanted TE, XKG, or Wolves to be picking those ones up. As Spirit World contest starts to go through in the distance, we can see XKG taking a little bit of focus fire. IG's also been scouted out though, and Han will fall. They might have brought their team back, but they didn't have the loot to be able to keep up with the tempo and scaling of the rest of this lobby, as PP is coming under so much focus fire, does not have a combo break on that Eno, also does not have an ultimate for the health reset, and Wolves walk away with an elimination against WBG, something that SR will be thanking their lucky stars over right now. Unfortunately for them, it's not completed because WBG somehow literally get away with murder. In the open space, managed to pick up their teammate and make off. They got scouted, they got tracked, and it means they have to give up that position for the Spirit World contest, but they are out of there.
That's insane. And now, because nobody was able to capture the Spirit Well, everyone has Yang depletion. That means every death is permanent, unless they get a rebirth charm somehow. But if you go down, you're not getting back up again. ZK being the first to do so. XKG, 2Tick going to eliminate him. ZK falls. Third place right now with 12 kills on the team, 48 total points. They're not really in, in the hot seat just yet. WBG gonna be able to fully cleanse with the flag. And get a kill on NHQ. What is happening?
This is not good for SR, who are going to be watching like a hawk what SS1 and WBG are doing, because like you said, WBG, in all of the noise, in all of the fighting, just send PP off to be able to go cap the altar with that flag. He's on the Eno. Potentially, if he comes under too much pressure, he'll be able to have his ultimate, go for the health reset, meet the rest of his team. They're the only ones who don't have Yang depletion, which means that everyone else is forced into continuing fighting. And that just means that WBG, they can sit safely on the outsides with ranged weaponry, trying to get the last hit situation. SS1 take down IG's last remaining players. We can see that WBG, they were vying for it, they were trying. The musket shots were coming on through, but SS1 still able to land the meaningful last hit of damage to take from 1 health to 0, and WBG are denied an elimination. But it does go to SS1, who are within breathing distance of SR currently. 6 more points to equalize, 7 more to be able to overcome. And that Moonbane has an absolute target out on the back of XKG.
I'm speechless. This is insanity. SS1 Fu, he's so low. He's in the zone. He manages to make it back in. The zipping F gonna keep him alive. He's on the cliffside trying to disengage. The ultimates are out, ready to go. 2Tick in on XKG, climbing the tower with Enor. That's just craziness right there. But we've still got Yang depletion, which is the thing. SS1 still has Yang depletion on Fu. WBG being fully cleansed. Wolves has 1 player alive, but he's afflicted with Yang depletion as well. XKG have cleansed 1, 2 left alive, 3 alive in total, so 2 with depletion. TE 1 left alive, but also has depletion. So unless something happens, everyone's gonna fall over very soon, Moxie.
WBG got the buff. WBG got White Tigers. They just kept Spirit Well, which means that they've got all of their ultimates. They're just going to continue running the tempo of this lobby, like Scourge on top of XKG. Shenyuan's having to pure Forbidden Steals in play as well, which is actually huge. It means that PP doesn't have his ultimate to be able to pop to get the health reset. Hepta comes out from the longsword out of absolutely nowhere, and XKG suddenly are starting to lock up the eliminations. It was looking so good for WBG, but they've just lost one. Make that 2 players. It's only the Zip left alive, and oh, SS1 get an elimination onto TE. Both SR and Wolves right now are looking real fallible if SS1 continues the momentum that they just found.
They certainly are. Oh my god, SS1 could actually do it. They need 4 points. Well, they need 5 points to overtake SR right here. 5 points is all it is.
As well, like XN, he's about to run out of time though with Yang depletion. Just don't give an elim to SS1. Space out of the fight, go down to the zone. Okay, there we go. But that halts Wolves' scoreline. SS1 can overcome both SR and Wolves. The question is, can WBG overcome the 4th if SS1 clear SR?
XKG is SR's saving grace right now. XKG need to not die, and they need to come away with the dub. They need to win this if SR hopes to stay in that top 4 bracket for this weekend's finals. Trading blows with the range weapons. SS1, 2 ultimates about to be up and ready to go. Make that 1. Mian still doesn't have the Eno ready. Has no grapples and just being peppered with repeating crossbow bolts with these toxic bolts coming through, eating away at these resources. Junxian taking the first step forward, dropping in with that blistering edge, trying to find an opening. Mian with that F2 tries to create some space, is going to take some damage for it. Now popping that ultimate. The Forbidden Seal is on cooldown. No ult zone for anybody. ZXL gonna eat a bit of damage, but he's on zipping and he's still pretty healthy. Mian is fighting back, trying to create some more space, trying to do some more damage. The Enor ult from the opposing team is gonna be activated. Wait a second, Mian, not very much time left on this one. Fu, solo HP, he goes down. Two-Tick is gonna claim the kill. Mian immediately eating so much damage coming out of the ultimate. His teammate trying to peel for him, but it's not enough. Laurier can't keep his team alive. And SS1, they're so close, but so far. It might be over. Wait a second. Wait, if Jiang dies to Storm, if Laurier can survive.
Oh, but he's a sliver. He got the purple armor. WBG's Jiang goes down, and SS1 Luya goes down to storm damage, denying XKG the elimination. It's going to be so close for SR in terms of the overall points. Like, XKG being able to come through with the MVP, absolutely clutch for SR's chances. Wolves guaranteed through. We know that one. It's literally a toss-up between SS1 and SR now. Was the fact that SS1 outlasted WBG enough to give them the placement points to surpass SR's scoreline? Or do they get pipped to the post by the fact that XKG just came down with the storm and rage of a fully stacked up legendary longsword soldier? Like, Phoenix Blast and Hector was insane. You saw the health bars from WBG's and we were like, okay, yeah, this is winnable. They got the buff. They're looking real good. All of their players are cleansed, and then instantly health gone, evaporated. No opportunity to come through with that Eno health reset as well since the Forbidden Seal.
Actually insane. It's so close. I don't know if it was enough. But SR.
It was what, 42? Was how much SR had, I believe?
SR was on 46.
46, okay.
And SS1 had 42, I think. Oh, it's gonna come down to the wire.
It's going to be real close. The fact as well that they weren't able to squirrel away some of those last hit eliminations when XKG was starting to pick up the tempo too. Like, maybe if you'd been able to sneak away one of those eliminations, but unfortunately, all of the eliminations on the side of SS1's players went towards XKG, which I imagine if SS1 don't manage to qualify, like SS1 are, well, rather, we're going to be seeing SR outside the player rooms of XKG just with gift baskets being like, thank you! Oh, you won! Appreciate it.
All around. Thank you. Thank you. But we will see very shortly, I imagine, as the calculations are being made and the scoreboard is being tallied, who will be moving forwards into the finals, ladies and gentlemen. We know that a few aren't, for sure. 5-2-1, IG, those teams in the bottom, it's rough. It was very unfortunate for 5-2-1. They matched up against TE off spawn and then again in Yang. Yeah. And then it was just really rough for them. They were showing such good form, earlier on in that fourth game, especially. Game 5, unfortunate, and then the final game again, it was just rough. It's sometimes can be like that. They definitely deserve to be here, and they were definitely competing along with everybody else. But sometimes it's just how it is. Regardless, we'll be finding out soon enough, ladies and gentlemen, if it was enough in the end. XKG, of course, getting the MVP with 16 points in total. SS1 in second with 14 points. Wolves in third with 13. WBG in fourth with 9.
SR picks up 2. SR picks up 2.
Look at the damage.
I mean, yeah. The XKG, they were stacked in terms of like the Soul Jades. Absolutely stacked. 34,000 damage coming through from Tutik, 28,000 from Xunhuan on the Hardy, and a huge chunk of damage as well coming through from that Zip too. Like, just taking full advantage of the aggression that all of those teams were forced into having. Like, Yang depletion, forced to fight. Then we had that absolutely wild no one being able to cap the Spirit Well, so everyone getting hit with Yang depletion. The only reason one team's able to cleanse it early is that they literally send one off into the zone with the flag. Everyone else still fighting, still scrapping for all of those eliminations to get as many points as possible, continue in the lobby, and knock out the players.
But there you had it. We had it on screen just then. It was not enough. SS1 only got 1 extra point there because of the placement. And it was 3 shy of knocking SR down.
Oh.
So close. So close for SS1. Valiant effort. Well played, GG to everybody in this lobby, though. It's been competitive all day. It seemed as though it might be the TE show at the very beginning, but that quickly changed, and everybody was still performing, across the board. There were some that had a couple rough ones, but there was still points on the board for everyone.
All that Moonbane, though. Like, this here as well is the moment where WBG's momentum just gets fully stuffed by XKG coming on through. We were wondering how exactly they were able to do so much damage. Longsword with Phoenix Blast and Hepta and Legendary Pole Sword is the answer to that equation, as it's going to be the Enor taking MVP. Coming on through the Thunderlord on the main stage, we'll be able to have a look and see what exactly the Soul Jade loadout was. Jabbing Tuna, 1 damage reduction, 1 alchemy, a soothing boon, and oh, there we go, probably a maxed out Juggernaut with the 8 kills that he was able to come for 4 assists as well. 14,421 points of damage, almost half basically of what he was outputting total, coming through from the skills and the ultimate, which goes to show how much damage that Enor V1 truly does.
It does a lot of damage. It is kind of crazy, the tracking, the ability to actually contend with verticality, something that Yushan has always struggled with. Regardless, we're going to be thrown over to a quick interview before we finish off the day, so stick around, we'll be right back.
好的，亲爱的各位观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人张佑新。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Instagram, and I'm your host Yoyo. So today we invite 小豪 from SR. Let's say hello to audience， 给观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR 的叉豪。
所以真的是非常非常惊险的最后一局，也是再一次恭喜到你们进入到我们的总决赛。So finally we get into the finals. How's your feeling right now? 那么也是再一次恭喜进入到总决赛，现在的心情是怎样的呢？
非常的紧张吧，因为在最后一把我们得知可能我们要被超的时候，我们的手都一直在抖。
Yes, for me, we were very nervous because in the final games, our scores really lost. But in the last game, and we think we can be winnable. So, let's move to next part. Answer for treasure. So question is, how many kills did SR get in game 6? A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and D is 4. 那么也是想问一下我们小豪选手啊 ，in game 5, we take the most kills, and how do you think the strength of this compose? 那么也是看到我们第5局的时候，我们 SR 使用到这个阵容去拿到了一个最高击败。想问一下小豪，那你认为这套阵容体系它的强度在哪里呢？
强度取决于大佛他的抓取率怎么样。如果他抓得好的话，我们这个阵容就会非常非常厉害。
So I think the strength depends of the 天海. If the 天海 catch more people, we can get more kills. 那么也是进入到我们正确答案的公布时间。It's got time to be counting. 让我们一起倒数3个数吧。
3, 2, 1.
Yes, screenshot. The correct answer is B. 那么最后一个问题，相信现在的话也是有非常多想对粉丝朋友们去说的话了，因为今天我们也是终于进入到我们的总决赛。So, anything want to say to your fans?
好好休息，谢谢你们的支持，我很感激你们。
So thank you for your support at first, and you guys really want you to sleep well and eating well and take good health, and good luck for you. Let's come back to casters.
I'm sure SR will be eating well, safe now in their position within that top 4 dunkers. I'm guessing there was a lot of nerves the moment that they got knocked out of that last game. 2 points that they were able to pick up total in that round, and just having to wait at your PC, watching the other teams play around you, getting to see those score lines creep closer and closer to yours. So yeah, probably a lot of nerves, and now a lot of relief since those games have wrapped.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely pretty happy. I think they might be thinking, okay, the guys, that was a little too close. It's 2 kills. It happens. Every team can have a bad game, a bad day, whatever. But it's in those kind of clutch situations, it separates the most consistent teams from those who just fall short in the end. And falling short in the end, SS1, WBG, they did fall short, but they put up such a valiant effort at the end. They got so many kills. They were so close, but it comes down to those few points. That's what makes the difference. And something else that shows the value of the martial artist ultimate as well at the beginning of the day, because the few points that you get from that could actually make the difference. It really can. So everything's to play for. It really is. So, well, GG to the top 4, and that is going to be them moving forward into the finals on Sunday. We thought today's lobby was competitive. That lobby's going to be even more competitive. It's going to be even more on the line to actually win it out for the finals. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the juggernauts of the NARAKA Trios world clashing yet again, as we're getting to see, the meta still coming through with that Enoch composition. It's looked mortal at times today it was losing. It wasn't always having a 100% win rate in places like the martial arts versus, as well as that Realm of Yang. Even like when we went to the later aspects of the game, the fact that we didn't really see that many Spirit World Cup contests. There was a Tianhai team which did really, really well as well with the Takeda Temi variant, so maybe we start to see that composition start to come back up. But I think for me, the biggest point of interest was how far the Viper fell down. Like, what? We're going from phase 2, must pick, both teams lock, to all the way to last phase and still a toss-up of what you want to actually play alongside it. Is that going to continue on Sunday? Are we seeing a movement away from the Viper composition as other things just get to play a little bit more to the tempo of the new lobbies, where it's less about looking for those third-party opportunities and more about being able to secure the eliminations in the 3v3 that you're actually taking?
Yeah, it is interesting. It could be that teams have just gotten so very good at dealing with Viper now, you know, and with Transformers making a bit of a comeback, being able to iframe through that Viper ult proc, the Tumulk also making a comeback, Takeda, Takeda being, as long as his ult is active, he's able to peel effectively for anybody who is stunned, or for himself, and as long as he doesn't get silenced, Tumulk's able to iframe the Viper stun, etc. Because Syra isn't as prevalent now, she's still being played, of course, but her dazzle is easier to avoid now because she just generally moves slower, and also it's a smaller area of effect, the smaller big golden ring. So again, easier to avoid, meaning that generally, because that was the one that you couldn't iframe. That was the one that was very difficult to actually avoid if you were still in range. But Viper, you can avoid it with a lot of different things. So perhaps that's why, because teams have just gotten so good at dealing with it now, because we've had Viper be the top of the meta for so long.
Well, speaking about top, let's have a look and see which of our teams are on top and making it all the way through to play alongside GG, YZG, RW, and DRG. Here we go. It's going to be TE, XKG, Wolves, and SR. And I mean, it got spicy that for a moment, but like Wolves, they come through, they pick up a lot of eliminations early on in that last round to guarantee that they don't have to worry about another team catching up to them. No, that instead falls to SR, but they're able to break it through. XKG coming through with the overall MVP as well, taking away the points, which would have been enough to clear SR's position. And we have our finals qualified teams. Oh boy, are the matches on Sunday going to be memorable.
They certainly are, especially considering that this is the first time, the first final we have had with the new rule set, which means that we're getting the match point coming through up to 8 games again. Ooh, oh my goodness. The match point threshold is 30 for trios, and it's 15 for solos. If I'm reading that correctly, unless my eyes deceive me, that is 15, right, Moxie?
Oh, yeah, that is 15. You are correct, and that is low. So, in comparison to what it's been previously, because it was, what, 26? Was what it's been in the past sometimes for solos?
I think at one point, it was, I can't remember. I think it was either 26 or 24. It was one of the two.
Well, it
Trios
was 26, and then they put it to 24. And now it's 15. Trios used to be in the ballpark of 63, I believe was what Trios used to be.
It's half now.
Yep.
30. And considering that we had, a game where, we had a 21-point game and I think a 19-point game as well.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, that was in the lower bracket lobby, but still.
It's possible that it happens. Like, it is possible that it happens. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of counter-stratting, which is going to be very, very important. It's not just about how well you play, it's also about making sure that the teams around you don't manage to hit those match point thresholds ahead of you, or if they do, they don't translate that match point threshold into an MVP overall win and finish the day off early, because we've seen it happen. We've seen it happen. Last year, EWC, 4 games. 4 games of solos, 4 games of trios, and the day was complete. So now that that threshold is even lower, oh yeah, are there going to be a lot of aggression pointed at certain players when they hit that threshold?
Absolutely. And these are the most competitive lobbies I would say they're the most competitive lobbies we've had, considering, how many like phases of because of the format change, how much of the phases it's gone through. It's the cream of the crop right here in the current state of NBPL for solos and trios. So it's gonna be it's like the world's lobby. It's crazy. But oh my goodness, we're gonna have to wait until tomorrow and Sunday. Closing words, Monks.
Cap your spirit wells. Please cap your spirit wells. That's my closing words. What about yourself, Dunk?
Win your versus matches at the beginning of the day, because it means a lot. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be all from us. It has been an absolute pleasure today from me and Moxie. We will see you next time. Take care, everyone. Be back tomorrow for the finals.